Alright, ladies and gentlemen, as ever, my name is Shane, that's Shane's Games, and tonight we're going to be playing Ace Attorney Investigations 2, the only Ace Attorney game never officially released in English, so we're playing a fan translation. This won't be our first time playing it, so if you want to see how we got to where we are tonight, or check out some of the games we've played in the past, be them obscure, unusual, or nostalgic, feel free to check out my YouTube channel. But for tonight, let's go ahead and get to the game, shall we? Excuse me. So we are right now on Case 3, The Inherited Turnabout. And the story is that our friend, the defense attorney that we met in the second episode, has met up with us and says that he needs to tell us a story about Edgeworth's father's final case. So we've been learning more about that, and basically Edgeworth's father is attempting to, who is a defense attorney I should mention, is attempting to defend a chocolatier who is accused of killing another baker during a dessert competition. And we're having to meet up with some old rivals, like Von Karma, and we know he's bad news, so I'm interested to see where this is going to go. Let's go ahead and get into this. Alright, so that's right where we ended off. Let's see, warded lurking because I've not been able to watch most of the last couple streams and still want to catch up, but hope everyone is well. Alright, you take care of yourself, Warded. It's good to see you. And I am doing well. I hope you're doing well as well. And whatever you end up doing today, I hope you have a great day. Yes, this is the one with Von Karma, and we know he's a huge asshole, so this should be interesting. And it looks like we're back to the present as well. Relentlessly, welcome in. How are you doing today, Relentlessly? Hope you're doing great. Glad to have you with us. I just watched the DL6 case episode of the anime with my friend. Von Karma is scary. He's such a jerk. I don't know if he's the scariest character in the series, but he is a douchebag. April 2nd, so we're back in the present now with Edgeworth and the defense attorney. April 2nd, 10:15 a.m., Zodiac Art Gallery, Fountain Patio. Oops, guess I went on for a little too long there. Literally several hours, Ray. Something like that happened. I had no idea. None of the case files I read went into such detail. Well, I doubt there would be anything in there that would be inconvenient to the prosecution. Especially with that Von Karma at the head. How did the investigation go from there? The desserts had disappeared from the victim's room, so the investigation hit a rough patch. Thanks to that, it took about a whole year before the verdict was handed down. 1 whole year? This was before the whole 3-day pre-trial system was established. Trials didn't need to finish in the short amount of time that they do now. Why does that exist? That's horrible. I see. For anybody that hasn't seen, they've established in some of the Phoenix Wright games that trials can't go on longer than 3 days. And literally, if they hit the 3-day limit, the judge is just like, "All right, I'll just rule based on what I got. Whatever I got, that's what I'm ruling on." Which, like, just why is the legal system in Phoenix Wright so bad? I have so many questions. Because that's logic. Ugh. Did they ever find out why the victim's dessert disappeared? Well, kinda. His dessert was like a candy ice sculpture made from sherbet. Since it was made from ice, the general consensus was that it had melted. However, that might not quite be the case. What do you mean? This museum used to be Mr. Master's mansion. Stage of the IS-7 incident. And in this very place, they're exhibiting the Sherbet Salon from 18 years ago. The victim's dessert. Yep, though it could just be a replica of the original. That's why Uncle Ray had to come today to check it out. And for your old man, too. Now then, let's get a move on and check out the room. I'm pretty sure it's over in the Winter Palace. The Winter Palace should be... Huh? It's locked up. That's odd. They've already opened the museum. Mr. Shields. According to the pamphlet we received at the entrance, the Winter Palace is over here. Really? I could have sworn it was this one. Alright, let's scoot. We gotta confirm the truth of what happened 18 years ago. I think the one all the way on the right was the frozen room in the past, anyway. I could be wrong, though. The Sherbet Salon of Legend? Malkill, it constantly baffles me. I feel like I have a good handle on how it works, and I'm still confused. It would be nice to have a little place like this, you know, for the servants. They'd love it. Rooks, how are you doing? Good to have you with us. April 2nd, 10:20 a.m., Zodiac Art Gallery, Winter Palace. Man, it's still as cold as ever. Uncle Ray's gonna freeze solid. Seems the Winter Palace lives up to its name. It's like a freezer in here. The light dimmed like this, it's almost as if the room itself is made of ice. I think the control panel for the room temperature is at the back wall. Yep, we recognize that from the other rooms. Miles, why don't you check what temperature is set at for me? Uncle Ray is gonna give the curator a piece of his mind later. It's way too cold in here. Very well. But if you want to look around the room a bit, feel free to stay, or freeze, to your heart's content. I'll get the camera ready. I want to take some pictures of this place and show it to your old man. Understood. Honestly, I didn't know Edgeworth's dad was still alive. I just sort of assumed he was dead at this point. But I forget Edgeworth is still supposed to be pretty young, despite, you know, the gray hair and the fact he looks like he's 40-something. Yeah, who are these people around here? There's a boy with a school bag. Did he come to the art gallery by himself? She even quit her job in order to run this museum. I don't really get it. Perhaps one of his parents knows the curator. And who do we got over here? Well, how about this? I'll yell it out. Mask to Mask is here! Yes, it's me! I'm Mask to Mask! Good, good. Wait, Ronnie, if you say that, you get arrested. Come on, if we don't plan properly, we won't be able to sell it. What are these two talking about? Oh my god. Yeah, that's Ronnie there. And apparently Ronnie is still on his bullshit. Uninterrupted. Alright, what about these exhibits? Can I take a look at these? A giant block of ice is being displayed here. It appears to be quite heavy. No, the inside must be hollow. On the surface, there is an image of the stars and a written description. The Pleiades, also known as the Seven Sisters, a star cluster that comprises a part of Taurus. For all these stars to be grouped together as a cluster, the ways of the ancient people must have been very imprecise. Edgeworth criticizing the Zodiac here, of course. There are two sculptures displayed here. These sculptures are replicas of the deserts that vanished 18 years ago. Impressive, huh? These sculptures made ice. Yes. My father never got to see these ice sculptures. Now, 18 years later, I'm standing before them. Miles, sorry to bother you while you're deep in thought. Can you turn this way a little? Like this? Yes, like that. Mr. Shields, you're not... Say cheese! What a terrible expression, Miles, what the hell? He's frozen like a deer in headlights. Please don't take this picture. Please don't do it. Mr. Shields, please don't take pictures of me. Sorry, my bad. I just wanted to make sure the camera works okay. That camera looks quite old. Yeah, well, that's because it's an old-fashioned camera. You know, an instant camera. It automatically develops the photos after shooting. Pretty cool, huh? Yes, I know. I've never used one. You're quite the know-it-all. You really are the old man's son. Can you move a bit? I want to take some more photos of the room. His face is taking on an unusually serious expression. He's probably thinking about the IS-7 incident. Man, I snapped a bunch, and they're already developed, see? Shoved them in my face before I could reply. Well, I have one more question for you, know-it-all, Mr. Know-it-all. Do you know what these two sculptures represent? They're sculptures of Taurus and Gemini from the winter constellations. Oh, bingo! Not bad, Miles. That's probably why they call this room the Winter Palace. Uncle Ray is feeling generous today, so I'll give you a copy of this photo, too. Thanks. Alright. Are these replicas of the constellation desserts that were made 18 years ago? Yeah, looks like these two sculptures are also made of sherbet. Uncle Ray has only seen the real sculptures in photos. But these sculptures look like the real deal. This was what you wanted to show me. Yeah, I think your old man would have wanted me to see it as well. I'm sorry, Uncle Ray didn't have the courage to come here all alone. Don't apologize. This was a good opportunity to learn about my father's case. That means a lot to me. So, you want me to take another commemorative photo? No thanks. Yeah, how did he make a copy with an instant camera? I have questions. Rook's that emote is exactly his expression. EP, that same one too. Alright, what do we got back here? This rock salt lamp is lighting up the constellation chart. I see. Gemini and Taurus are constellations that can be seen in the winter. Since this is the Winter Palace, perhaps that explains the winter constellation made of sherbet. According to the pamphlet, the other palaces are made of crystal. But for the Summer Palace, I think it'd be more fitting if it were made out of shaved ice. Well, no, that would make it exactly the same as this room. See, Edge was thinking about shaved ice too. It's just that kind of day today, I suppose. I do not wish to be perceived. Relatable, relatable. Let's check out this one over here. For some reason, a giant block of ice is on display. There's a description written on the surface. Castor and Pollux. Every December, large meteor showers appear in the direction of these two stars. And so, mask to mask. And then those two are being rather noisy and distracting. It can't be helped. I should go look at another exhibit. Alright. So let's go ahead and check out the temperature control. Cries in Persona 3! I was thinking, I'm like, where do I know those names from? Oh right, Persona 3. Mr. Shields, I can't find the temperature control panel. Ah, right. They keep it where it's hard to find. Just one moment. Huh? It's locked. That makes sense. They wouldn't want the guests changing the temperature themselves. According to the pamphlet, the Winter Palace has a temperature of 27 degrees Fahrenheit. Brr, now that is cold. Ray's gonna freeze to death. Guess I'll need to find someone to share body heat with. Preferably a beautiful lady. Yeah, that was well earned. Oh, you trying to freeze me to death as well with those cold eyes? Of course not. Alrighty, now that I've got some pictures of the room, let's check out the other palaces. Might as well see them all since we're already here. I suppose you're right. That yell just now came from the fountain patio. Let's go, Miles. Oh no. Oh, I know, I need a drink. Oh God. Remember I said last stream there was 2 people I hope we didn't run into? I think we may have found one of them. April 2nd, 10:30 a.m., Zodiac Art Gallery, Fountain Patio. There's someone passed out on the floor, and that man there is... Lee, you're back just in time! Larry, what are you doing here? No, I'm getting ahead of myself. What exactly happened here? Edgy! I saw something that no one should ever have to see! Again! Larry, calm down. Why is there someone passed out here? I didn't do anything! He just fell down all of a sudden! This man, he can't be... Excuse me, but what is the matter here? Can't raise such a ruckus in the museum, boys! The scent is... Seems like he's still breathing, but this is a bad situation. Miles, it's not safe here. Get everyone out of here. Everyone, get away from that room right now. There's poison gas coming out from it. What the shit? Alright, that I didn't see coming. Leonard Montgomery Butts. Oh. I'm more concerned about the fact that the 2 ladies back there appear to have not aged in 18 years. That's impressive. April 2nd, 10:42 a.m., Zodiac Art Gallery, Fountain Patio. Mr. Shields, how is the victim? Looks like he breathed in a little too much of that poison gas. He's still unconscious. According to the doctor in the ambulance, there are no external injuries or any other wounds. Thanks to our fortunate timing, we were able to save him before he was too far gone. But he's not out of the woods yet. He's currently being treated by a specialist in the infirmary. I see. Mr. Shields, is he an acquaintance of yours? Yeah, you could say that. He's Dane Gustavia. He was involved in the IS-7 incident. A pastry chef. So he was involved in the case 18 years ago. Yeah, at least the other guy's doing alright. Is he a friend of yours, Miles? Yes, you could say that. It is fortunate you were not hurt, Larry. What's you can say that supposed to mean, Edgy? How can you treat a childhood friend like that? It's just cruel. And also, when I'm dressed like this, I'm called Laurice Donim, you know? So don't call me Larry, it's Laurice. This man is Larry Butts. He's nothing but trouble, but he's been one of my friends since grade school. Some time ago, he awakened to the calling of art and assumed the alias Laurice Donim. But a Butts by any other name would smell just as much. Really? You 2 are childhood friends? I better report that to your old man, too. I'm sure it'll bring him joy. He was always worried about you not being able to make friends. Good for you, Edgy. Are you glad you have a bosom buddy like me? My father was worried about something like that? But anyway, what are you doing in a place like this, Larry? Alright, EP, I hope you have a good day at work. Thanks so much for hanging out with us. You take care of yourself, and we'll see you around. Skip the damned welcome in. He's back. Chris Technician, happy 420 weekend to you as well. How are you doing today? Hey, they call me Val. Welcome in and thank you for the raid. How are you doing today, Val? How was your stream? What were you up to today? I'm doing good, Chris. Thanks for asking. How many times do I have to tell you, Edgy? It's Laurice. What are you doing in a place like this? Yikes, don't glare at me when you talk. So are you going to tell me? Isn't it obvious? I've come here to study art. I'm gonna take Mandy on a date here, so I was just doing some scouting beforehand. Aren't you just using art as an excuse to go on a date? Not bad, Larice. Maybe you can introduce us some pretty girls to me next time. Oh, now you're talking my language, dude! I think I'm getting a headache. By the way, Larice, did you notice anything strange when you found the victim? Nah, not really. Nothing that would make you say, I saw something that no one should ever have to see. Oh, yeah, that. I was just surprised when I saw that old dude fall down out of nowhere like that. I didn't do anything this time, for once. Is that anything to brag about? Visitors, we wish to deeply apologize for the disturbance. I am the curator of this museum. My name is Catherine Hall. And she's also one of the people involved in the IS-7 incident. Hello there, Miss Kate. Oh, she has aged. She does look a bit different. That's good. That's smart. Larry is like glitter. You think you got rid of it all, but you keep finding more, and every time it's more infuriating than the last. See, honestly, I prefer Larry's localized name because in Japanese, the joke is just that his name sounds like the phrase for of course or naturally. So the joke is just, of course it's him. Does that play off Phoenix Wright's Japanese name as well? Because I thought his name was kind of similar to that in Japanese also, as far as meaning anyway. Dinner report and shirt for today. Dinner report was my family recipe for spaghetti and meat sauce, which remains my favorite spaghetti and meat sauce recipe I've ever had. That includes restaurants. I love it. And shirt for today is an itty-bitty dragon on a horde of gold dice. Which, you know, it me. Fire a broadside, welcome in. It sounds like an excellent dinner report. I love me some spaghetti and meat sauce. Oh my god, it's one of my comfort foods right there. How are you doing today, Fire a broadside? Hope you're doing well. Malkill, can you see the shirt again? Of course. Let me hold that up one more time. There you go. Let's see, where's Kate from? So she's from earlier in this case. This case is a flashback case. So we saw her in a case 18 years ago, the last case that Edgeworth's dad ever worked on. So now we're seeing what she looks like 18 years later. So just last stream is where she popped up for the first time, I think. You need a shirt like that? It's so cute. I like that one. Let's see, it's similar sort of wordplay, but with a different phrase. Makes sense they would have the friends like that. Things are doing good, Fire Broadside. Thank you for asking. I appreciate that. I miss the sound of clicky-clacky math rocks. Me too. Me too. Let's see. So his Japanese surname means I know it or of course. His given name means with certainty. That's for Larry. Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, I haven't run any games since before the pandemic, so I miss it very badly. Mr. Shields, thank you for your continued assistance. Let's see. Wait, Malkill, you're wearing the same shirt? Seriously, this shirt right here, you're wearing the same one. That's amazing. What are the odds? Holy shit. Small World cereal. Wow. From yeah, that's where I got this from. It's from T-Turtle. That would make sense. That would make sense. I bought a whole stack of shirts off T-Turtle last year, so there you go. Small world, what the hell? Ooh, vampire. Which edition did you use, if you don't mind me asking? She was the woman we saw at the reception, so she's the curator here. We apologize for the inconvenience, especially since it's the opening day. No, you don't have to apologize for a thing, Miss Kate. I almost forgot. Let me introduce you to someone. This is Miles Edgeworth. He's Gregory Edgeworth's son. Oh, Monsieur Edgeworth's? Oh no, she's singing. What? Why did she just invent a song on the spot? Why is this happening? What? Sprite! Wow, that was amazing! You still got that golden voice, Miss Kate. Actually, I'm a prosecutor. Oh, so you're a prosecutor? My most sincere apologies, Monsieur Edgeworth. This woman is very polite, but slightly odd. Oh, you just bought him a few days ago. Wow, that's wild. What a strange coincidence. But yeah, Larry's Japanese name is, of course, it's him again, which is, you know, that works well because that's basically what I see every time I see him. You might not have heard it very well because my face is usually buried in my hands from rage and frustration every time I see him. But yeah, that's what's coming out through gritted teeth when he shows up here. Oh, you tried 5th edition. I've heard good things about 5th. So I'm glad you had a good time with it there. Katie, can I get your autograph right here, pretty please? Yes, if you so desire. Why do you want her autograph? Hey! Don't tell me! You don't know who she is! My, you really don't keep up with the entertainment news, do you, Miles? What? What is this unbearable atmosphere? You ever played Fallout New Vegas? I did. I liked it a lot. It was a good time. She's a superstar actress who's been in a ton of musicals and movies. She's a great singer, too. Currently, I am the curator of this museum. I've already retired from the stage. I finished filming my role for my last movie a few days ago. My co-stars also said that they would come here once I open the doors. And here you are, Monsieur Artiste. I return this to you. Thanks a bunch, Katie. I'll treasure it for the rest of my life. Well, looks like me and Maurice share the same interests. So I gathered. Larry, you said you're here to study art. Why don't you practice drawing as well? Since you're here at Ms. Hall's Art Museum. Oh, it would be an honor to have Monsieur Artiste sketch our exhibits. Oh, I guess even you have some good ideas every now and then, Edgy. I'll do a bit of sketching for Katie here. Oh my god, he's exhausting. What an amusing person. Forgive the disturbance. Incidentally, who was the woman that was with you earlier? That was Madame Delicia Scones. She's currently assisting in the treatment of Monsieur Gustavia in the infirmary. Even though I said infirmary, since this is an art museum now, it's only provisional. As I am the only staff member working here, I cannot take leave of my duties for too long. Delicious Scones. I believe I've heard that name before, Mr. Shields. Yep, looks like the whole gang from the IS-7 incident's here. Well, I doubt that's a coincidence. Monsieur Shields, Monsieur Edgeworth, would you care for some hot tea? Oh, Miss Kate's tea. That takes me back. Yes, if you please. Did Edgeworth just accept hospitality? What sort of mirror universe are we in right now? Me every time Wendy Oldbag shows up. Please, no. Fisto, best bot. Now, I must take my leave. I must explain the situation to the other visitors. Alright, thanks for everything. They really kind of went all out with the animation budget for this one. Most of these games have little to no animation. This one's got a lot more than any other games in the series. This smells like Ceylon tea. I should drink it before it cools. Oh, this Ceylon tea is of very high quality. And this aroma of citrus does wonders for your concentration, right? Your old man said the exact same thing 18 years ago. But the saucers back then were chilled. Today they're warm. Anyway, don't you think this current situation is rather unusual? You mean how everyone involved in the case 18 years ago is gathered at the museum? Yes, I would like to be in charge of this case if at all possible. Mr. Edgeworth, are you okay? Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Shields! I came here as fast as I could when I heard that you were done in by the poison gas. Done in? Oh, my sweet honey Kay. How about a big hug after being parted for so long? Now, jeez, so you're perfectly fine? I can't believe you made us worry so much. Detective Gumshoe, what is the meaning of you bringing Kay here? I'm sorry, sir. I knew the gas was dangerous, so I tried to stop her. But no matter how much I ran and ran and ran and ran, I couldn't gain any ground. When it comes to running away, no one is faster than the Yatagarasu. You weren't running away from... Mr. Edgeworth, I'm all set, sir. I'll start investigating the crime scene. Where did he get a gas mask from? This guy can't afford food, and yet he's got gadgets? All right, no, that actually sounds like something I do. I've been eating ramen for months on end, but my phone's the latest and greatest. Since there might still be traces of gas in the room, I'll have to ask everyone to wait here. Very well, I'm counting on you. Good luck in there, Flatfoot. Wow, Gummy's so cool. He's just like a detective. But that's what he is. Edgeworth's having a day here. Yeah, food is important for staying alive, but have you considered gadgets? I can't technically eat the Switch, but it does sustain me. Oh, and don't expect any danger pay. I may in fact dock you for danger pay. Yes, Edgeworth here. Mr. Edgeworth! It looks like the poison gas is dissipated, sir. And yet things have changed. Detective, calmly explain the state of the Autumn Palace. Yes, sir. I'll start with the exhibits. On the left, there's a statue with two people. And on the right, there's a statue of an animal with two horns. Statue of two people and a statue of an animal with horns. Isn't that the exact same thing I saw in the Winter Palace just a while ago? Also, the room is wet with water thanks to the sprinkler system. That also prevented the gas from harming anyone else. Sprinkler system. Is there a fire in the room? There are no signs of fire, and the fire alarm hasn't gone off either, sir. Sprinklers in this museum are the kind that detect both smoke and fire. If it detects smoke, it'll send an alert to the security room. I think the poison gas might have set off the alarm in the security room, sir. Was there anyone in the security room at the time? The only one working here is the curator, Ms. Catherine Hall, sir. She's been at the reception booth opposite the security ever since the museum opened. Did Ms. Hall turn on the sprinklers? Sprinklers can only be operated manually from the security room, sir. If it had been automatic, it would have sprayed water all over the exhibits. Since the system is manual, the situation can be examined and the exhibits moved if need be. I guess there would be more priority over the exhibits in the building. Only at a museum. Reminds me of myself playing Stardew Valley. Yes, I could use these Omni Geodes to finish the museum and get resources, but I could also get a hat that changes colors. That is video game as heck relentlessly. I love it. It's way too cold in this room, sir. Isn't this supposed to be the Autumn Palace? Feels more like the dead of winter in here. Autumn Palace is cold? I checked the thermostat earlier and it was set to 27 degrees Fahrenheit. I couldn't believe it. Why would the Autumn Palace be set to the same temperature as the Winter Palace? That's about all I know for now, sir. If I figure anything else out, I'll give you another call. I see. I'm counting on you, Detective. April 2nd, 11:15 a.m., Zodiac Art Gallery, Fountain Patio. Like, yeah, you did a bunch of useful stuff, but have you considered hot? I need to blow my nose real quick, folks. Don't go anywhere. I will be right back. Alright, sorry about that. What did Gummy say? He said it feels more like winter in the Autumn Palace. I don't get it. I haven't been able to enter the room personally, but it should be possible to look inside after the police have finished investigating. I'd like to know what it's like in there myself. Is there anyone else who knows about the incident? Ah, there is someone. Miles' friend, right? Friend? Oh, he's such a nuisance, we have no choice but to listen to what he has to say for now. Oh, God. For anybody that hasn't seen Larry Butts before, everything he says is either a lie or a mistake. So interrogating him is a nightmare. Wait, you mean... Oh, you're here too, Kay. You're looking as cute as ever. Long time no see. It's Larry, isn't it? Kay, right now my name is Laurice. I'm an artist, that's why. Ah, so that's your pen name. Laurice, the artist formerly known as Larry. Wow, you really are a good girl, Kay. Nothing like edgy here. Larry, I have many things I need to ask you. What's this? Don't tell me you suspect me again! You're gonna say because I was first on the scene, I must be the culprit, aren't you? I never said anything like that. I only want you to tell me what you saw. You said you saw something that no one should ever have to see, did you not? But now I'm saying I didn't see nothing, and I didn't do nothing! Case in point, ladies and gentlemen. This guy's exhausting. With someone like Larry, you need a telepath, their head would probably explode from seeing the inside of Larry's mind. Probably. Oh my, he didn't seem so confident at the end there. There are somewhat troublesome circumstances surrounding this man. The saying, when something smells, it's usually the butts, still holds true 26 years on. One could say his tendency to attract trouble is legendary. And he's done something troublesome without even realizing it himself. Just have to try and extract the truth from him. Why does he he loves lying on the stand. They say he's an artist, but I don't think there's anything Larry loves more than lying on the stand. Basically his career. My goal is to expose whatever Larry is hiding. However, I didn't see nothing! I didn't do nothing! Larry is extremely restless and troublesome man. Until he cools down, I'll just wait and see. First, I'll ask him about his goal. This isn't something I can't handle. I'll finish this quickly. Larry would be very bad at actual chess, I suspect. What was your purpose for coming to the art gallery? What? Are you saying that I don't belong in an art gallery? Hey, if you're not gonna talk, hold that pose so I can paint your portrait. And then I'll scribble all over the portrait I drew of you. I was just joking. I would never scribble over my paintings, of course. They're works of art, after all. I don't think any of your works would qualify as art. Don't look down on me! There are people who recognize my skills as an artist! And the response there was, those people are blind! Oh my god, I know that wasn't what the game wanted, but god, I wanted to hit that one. Mandy's my girlfriend, but it's really my paintings she fell in love with. That's why I'll sketch anything my girlfriend likes. Then why are you here on your own today? Hey, Trey Dog! Welcome in, Trey Dog. How are you doing today? And thank you so much for a 68-month resub there, Trey Dog. I appreciate the heck out of that. Thank you so much. How are you doing today, Trey Dog? How's everything going with you? So what? Can't I get out with a girlfriend, spend some time alone? We're just waiting him out here. We've never had to wait more than like 1 or 2 rounds. And this is like, what, 5? Mandy said she's Gemini. I thought she'd be happy if I showed her a sketch of it on her next date. You really have that much confidence in the sketch? Well, I'm not so confident about this one. But I thought she would be happy if I did a sketch of her astrological sign. I see. It's just like you. To impress Mandy, you came here to see the Gemini sculpture, didn't you? What? How'd you find out? Because you just unknowingly told me everything. Well then, I'm not saying another word from now on. He's finally decided to remain silent. In that case, I'll be more relentless in my questioning. I'll try to find out what he was doing here at the art gallery. I'll expose his true motives. This shouldn't take long. He's a friend, but all he does is lie and, obstruct us. I don't know how that counts as friendship. You, just what did you do in the art gallery? Oh, what's that glare? I don't really remember anything. I didn't have a pamphlet, so I just laid it around the fountain patio. Won't they give you a pamphlet at the reception booth after you pay the admission fee? Huh? Oh, is that right? So, the admission wasn't free, huh? Don't tell me you sneaked in here without paying. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do anything bad. It's just, there was no one at the reception booth. That's why I thought you could come in here for free. Miss Hall wasn't at the reception booth. Yeah, it didn't look like there was anyone on the other side of the desk. Come to think of it, Gumshoe did say something about that. Miss Hall was busy activating the sprinklers from the security room. Because of the incident, she had to leave the reception booth. Poor Katie. She went to all that trouble to open up the place? And now, the art gallery's star attraction, the Winter Palace, is completely ruined. You're certainly well informed about the Winter Palace for someone without a pamphlet. The Winter Palace is where your goal, the Gemini sculpture, is located. You had your sights set on the Winter Palace from the beginning, didn't you? What? How'd you find me out again? That's right! My goal was to see the Gemini sculpture. From the very beginning, the Winter Palace was the very reason why I came here. You confess quite easily. Never tell anything with this man. Next, I'll ask for further information regarding the Winter Palace. He may still have some fight left in him. Unfortunately. With Larry, there is always more and it's always worse. I know, I was doing art and stuff. I'll watch his reactions and extract the information I need. Larry, did you also enter the Winter Palace? What's with the look of distrust? Sure, I tried going in, but... You tried to go in, but you weren't actually able to, right? Yeah, that's about right. I wanted to go in, but... Then, that old geezer collapsed. I was a little freaked out. So you couldn't get in because of the victim of the poison gas collapsed. Yeah, he fell right out of the Winter Palace. I'm sure the victim emerged from the Autumn Palace. If it weren't for that poison gas incident, I'd be in there sketching the Gemini sculpture right now. Larry must have mistaken the Autumn Palace for the Winter Palace. That aside, it seems his goal was to sketch the sculpture. Should be a useful clue. Larry, did you see anything in the Winter Palace? You're still hung up on that? Didn't I say I didn't see anything? I started to think that it wasn't such a good idea to come to the art gallery. I needed to leave as soon to meet with my girlfriend. Perhaps I should try using that clue. You came here to sketch the sculpture for your girlfriend, did you not? I don't think you would give up that easily. Even after the victim collapsed, you could still see inside the room from the outside, right? Well, I may have got a tiny glimpse, but there's no evidence that I saw something scary in there, right? My, I'm disappointed it turned out to be this simple. Larry, you saw something scary at the crime scene, didn't you? Edgy, can you read my mind? In that case, there's no point in keeping any more secrets from you. You just told me everything of your own accord. That was a complete waste of time, but finally, it's checkmate. Or meat check, as it's called in some regions. Let's see, relentlessly your dog is sitting in your parents' puppy again, and he just threw up a piece of tree bark that's like 1.5 inches wide and long. What the shit? How did it go down? How did it come back up? Is he okay? That's horrifying. Holy shit. Lesson 1 for the dog training for today. Chewing. Chewing. Change stick to the script. Sorry. I had my eyes fixed on the Gemini sculpture. You've mentioned the Gemini sculpture many times now, but I don't believe the sculpture you saw was the Gemini one. What? Was it a mirage then? Larry mistakenly thought he saw the Winter Palace. This piece of evidence shows what Larry really saw. That's from the Autumn Palace, right? Oh, we haven't actually looked at the art gallery here. Alright, so right here it says Gemini is in the Winter Palace. Let's try this one. Take a look at this pamphlet. In the Autumn Palace, the Pisces, Capricorn, Aries, and Aquarius sculptures are displayed. Incidentally, I can confirm the Gemini sculpture is located in the Winter Palace. Therefore, the sculpture you saw could not have been the Gemini one. I knew it. Expected him to be a bit more shocked at the news. I thought it was kind of strange. I know I saw a signal goddess, and that transformation was no mirage. Transformation, you say? Oh, you're curious too, Edgy? Well, nothing for it. Guess I'll have to show you. Show me? What exactly? I drew a picture of the very scene I saw back then. But I really can't believe what I drew. Picture? What picture? This one, right here. What? What is this disturbing picture? Is that the statue crying blood? What the hell? Yeah, that's pretty horrifying. Puppy is fine by some miracle, but I have no idea how she managed to get that down or why. Both very good questions. She's not usually super cuddly, but you're sitting on the patio. She jumped up on the bench and curled up next to me. Oh, that's really adorable. What a good puppy right there. Is that sculpture weeping tears of blood? Maurice, this picture is scary. Hey, it scared me too. This Gemini sculpture suddenly transformed into a goddess right before my eyes. I couldn't help but scream. So the victim collapsing wasn't what surprised him. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you know the lyrics to this song, sing along, because it's the same thing I say every time we run into Larry Butts. Why was he concealing that? What possible reason would he have for not just telling us, I saw something weird in here, here's my sketch? Why? We're not accusing him of anything, he hasn't been arrested. He's just being a pain in the ass now. Oh, it's maddening. It's maddening. I don't really understand it myself. The lower half of its body just turned into a fish. Fish goddess? That would be the Pisces sculpture, wouldn't it? In mythology, Pisces represents the fish that a goddess and her son transform into. Really? So Pisces isn't just a couple of ordinary fish? Angie, you don't think that sculpture is cursed, do you? Those tears of blood turned into the Gemini sculpture. Those tears of blood turned the Gemini sculpture into a fish. Preposterous. You simply mistook the Pisces sculpture for the Gemini one. For my next song, I'm going to play Larry. Why can't you just tell us the fucking truth for once in your life? Also, if you remember the, I think it was the final case of Phoenix Wright 3. This was also a plot point, is Larry drew a picture that couldn't possibly be true, and it became a major plot point within the case. So, we're back here again. Oh, you put the sketch in your organizer? Even a sketch like this can be used as scrap paper after all. How could you? But it's strange. Why did only the lower half of the sculpture transform? Uncle Ray is a bit curious about what went on in the Autumn Palace. Indeed. I wonder if someone tampered with the Pisces sculpture. Yes, Edgeworth here. Mr. Edgeworth, we've finished searching the room. The poison gas isn't a threat anymore, so you can enter the crime scene. Right. Good work, Detective. Seems we can enter the Autumn Palace now. Nice timing, Mr. Detective. Let's go right now. I want to see the Pisces sculpture. If Kay's going, I'm going too. I was planning on bringing him along anyway. Right then, let's proceed to the Autumn Palace. So this is the Autumn Palace. Certainly does resemble the Winter Palace. I've been waiting, sir. Huh? Aren't you that hairy butts guy? Wrong, I'm Laurie Stoneham. Never mind that, Detective. Your report, if you please. Roger that, sir. We discovered a used gas burner during our investigation. The nozzle was still warm when we found it, so it may be related to the incident. Was it used to heat something? Interesting. Was that ladder always there on the ground? It was probably used by the person who set off the poison gas. Poison gas was released when someone lifted the lid off this glass case, sir. Pisces sculpture. Huh? Seems like you know about it, sir. Well then, you know what the sculpture next to it is? Since we're in the Autumn Palace, it would probably be the Capricorn sculpture. As expected, Mr. Edgeworth. I thought it was Taurus myself. I was thrown off as it was covered by this weird cloth. The fluorescent cloth. I wonder what it's doing here. So this is some of the evidence from the old case 18 years ago as well, which is really weird. It's gonna be followed up with a medley of perjury. What's that? And you can't just lie to me and say you forgot what actually happened. And Larry, I swear to God, I'm going to frame you for this murder. Put Larry in forever jail for infinite perjury. Yeah, Larry, it's never clear why he's lying. Like, occasionally it's like he's accused and he doesn't want to look guilty, but in this case, Edgeworth's just like, I don't think you did anything, just tell me what happened, and he's not doing it. Not doing it. Evidence from the IS-7 incident. How the hell did that get here? No matter what it is or how it got here. Sculptures in this room are all covered with this fluorescent cloth. And because they're hidden, it makes me want to see them even more. Let's take a look. I'll just get this cloth off. Wow, they're beautiful. You don't think the transformation Larry saw was in fact the moment the cloth wrapped around the lower half of Pisces fell? See, Angie? It wasn't a mirage or a mistake after all. Hey, Miles. Sure is something strange about this room. It looks exactly the same as the Winter Palace we were in just a moment ago. Yes, I agree. Perhaps the sculptures were hidden to make it look like the Winter Palace. If you wrap the cloth around the lower half of the Pisces sculpture, it looks like Gemini. Capricorn's a half fish too. Hide the lower half and it resembles Taurus. The remaining two, which couldn't be altered with trickery, were covered up. The Autumn Palace was made to look like the Winter Palace. So it seems, Mr. Shields. Looks like we need to conduct an investigation of the Autumn Palace, too. Mr. DeBest and Judge Courtney. Oh no, not these guys too! We ran into these from, in the last case in the prison. Judge Courtney is trying to get Edgeworth fired for unclear reasons. And Prosecutor DeBest is the worst. The worst ever. Hey, Doc Belvin, welcome in. Oh, you got a new office chair, though. I hope it's comfy, at least. Oh, it's gonna be a day, Rooks. It's gonna be a day. Hey, you guys again. This is a problem. You see, this is my crime scene. Mr. Edgeworth, it seems my power is insufficient. If you're here, then it would appear that you still haven't understood my warnings. Furthermore, you know full well your reckless actions will cause trouble for that detective. In the name of the goddess of law, I must pass judgment. You got it all wrong, pal. I was the one who asked Mr. Edgeworth to investigate. Really? Well then, Flatfoot, I'll have to do that. That? Yeah, that. Right. Cut your salary. Looking forward to your next payday? I've always wanted to say that. You're the last person I want cutting my salary, pal. Hold it, DeBest. I'm only cooperating with the police as a witness to this incident. Detective Gumshoe is not to blame. So that's how it is. Well then, should I be raising his salary? No, that's not what I mean. But it would be really nice to get my salary raised. Your mercy is deeply moving, Sebastian. But past transgressions must lead to future judgment. Judgment! Prosecutor Edgeworth and all in his company depart at once from this holy site. But that's... we only just got here! The one given the goddess of law's blessing for this incident was Sebastian. In other words, Mr. DeBest is the prosecutor in charge of this case. That's right, Mr. Edgeworth. Your opening performance is over. Besides, I've already got my eyes set on the culprit. What? Oh, pal? Well, naturally. That artist. Me? Hey, what's going on, Edgy? Don't ask me. I can't understand his reasoning. If you can't understand how the best prosecutor thinks, simply... excuse me. Simply shows how inculpable you are. voicing the best is actually killing me. Oh, jeez. Doc Melvin, you realize what doesn't exist is a thick cover to go over the back of an office chair to allow cats to lay on it? I can always do like I do and just throw a towel over the back. Excuse me, just a moment, folks. I'll be right back. Ooh, sorry about that. Allergies are kicking my ass today. Seems he doesn't know what inculpable even means. That's right, Sebastian. Prosecutor Edgeworth is quite incapable. Yes, he's incapable. And relentlessly you were saying, the best keeps saying all these words, but all I can hear is punch me in the face. I would like to so very much. How many times has Larry been a suspect? Honestly, there's probably prosecutors in this universe who have spent less time in a courtroom than Larry has. Oh my goodness. It is allergy season, it's true, it's true. She just nonchalantly corrected him. Hello! Don't underestimate my intelligence gathering skills. I just came from the infirmary and asked the doctor there about the cause of the poison gas. And what was the cause? Some normal substance? What was its name again? Hold on a second. I'll call the doctor to make sure. Since Sebastian is on the phone, I'll answer for him. In that case, why didn't you tell us before he called? Poison gas was caused by the mixing of two different types of chemicals. Their names are normalium and fatalium. Those are excellent names. And, that second one sounds a little scary based on the name. So, what are these chemicals exactly? Normalium is a red liquid that's commonly used in everyday products. It can be found in paint and detergent, among other things, but it is not toxic by itself. So you're saying that it's a substance readily available to anyone? Yes, but fatalium, on the other hand, is not so easy to obtain. Its name sure sounds dangerous. What's it used for? It is the active ingredient of a white pesticide known as Megatoxin X. Fatalium itself also has a deep white color, but it's not readily sold in stores. It's nearly impossible to obtain domestically. Right now, we are looking into how this chemical is obtained. Oh, and when you mix it together, it looks a little bit pink. That's interesting, because if you notice in the photo that Gumshoe took of the room, there was a pink puddle on the floor. Very interesting. Yeah, what creative naming. Hey, Gaia Shield, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. Okay, I finally found out the names of those chemicals. Judge Courtney has already told us. We don't need to hear it again. Fine, then. I'll cut to the chase. You know that normalium from the normal poison gas is also used in paint, right? Today, out of everyone who visited the art gallery, the only one carrying paint was that artist. You're treating me as the culprit just because of that? I object to the red paint on the palette you're carrying. Hey, Edgy, don't you think the prosecutor is kind of an idiot? Indeed. Although I've only known him for a short time, his logic is always absurd. Hey, don't ignore me! It's alright, Sebastian. They're only doing it because they're afraid of you. Like the first star to appear at night, show us reasoning that shines the best. First star shines the best? Not bad. Hey, you guys better listen up too. Mr. DeBest's shining logic. I think not. I think not. That artist was the first to discover the victim, so naturally he's the best suspect. The poison gas was caused by normalium, chemical found in paint, right? As he was carrying paint near the victim, he would have had the best chance. The paint, along with being the first witness. That pretty much proves he's the culprit. So, what do you think, Justine? We cannot ignore the possibility. Well then, Mr. Artis, please tell us the truth. Did you leave red paint at the crime scene? Or else, did you cause the poison gas to go off? The only thing I leave behind is my bond of love with you. Please watch what you say. My gavel is already prepared to declare you guilty. Objection! Please pay no heed to this man's statements. Hey, you guys! Ignoring my reasoning just because it's flawless won't do you any good. Mr. Edgeworth, if you already admitted defeat, you should take your leave. Even though I don't really have time to deal with your ridiculous reasoning. Yeah, let's kick his ass! Ugh, this little twerp. Alright, save the game here. Thank you for the save reminder, Board Champs. Don't forget I got a command for that. Yeah, I don't know why she's fanning his ego like that. He really needs a smaller head. Oh, let's see. He said the poison gas was caused by normalium, but hang on. Yes, apparently normalium is used in many everyday products. Right, so the red paint is definitely suspicious. But it's also used in things other than paint, right? I guess you have a point. What do you think, Justine? That's right. Normalium is also used in detergent, for example. In other words, it might not have been paint that caused the gas. That's not true. Let me finish my reasoning. As he was carrying paint near the victim, he would have had the best chance. Even if paint is the cause of the poison gas, that does not mean he's guilty. Huh. Well then, if the paint is not the cause, that doesn't mean he's innocent either. Now he's just trying to sound clever. Mimicking what Mr. Edgeworth says doesn't make you look cool at all. Okay, please don't make my statements look bad. Now then, it's about time to wrap up my shining logic. Paint, along with being the first witness, that pretty much proves he's the culprit. Do you truly claim that Larry is the culprit based on just that? Huh? You got a problem with that? If you have a problem, then present evidence. Mr. Edgeworth, looks like he really wants you to do that. Indeed. And I will do as he wishes and present evidence. He doesn't pay much attention to what other people are saying. There is a clear contradiction in Mr. DeBest's logic. Why'd he even even bother making the phone call? Finish this quickly. It's a waste of time. Alright, I think I know what we're doing here, so I'm gonna save one more time. He says the poison gas was caused by normalium. However, it's caused by two chemicals. Mr. DeBest, your logic is more akin to a shooting star than a shining star. It shines the best like a shooting star, right? May shine brightly for a brief moment, but then it burns itself out. Poison gas originated from inside the glass case of the Pisces sculpture. Exactly, so that's where the artist set off the gas, right? He used the normalium in his red paint. As your senior, let me give you one piece of advice. Listen to the explanations of others. The poison gas was caused by mixing both normalium and fatalium together. The normalium contained in the red paint is not enough by itself. Really? But I thought I heard that normalium caused the fatality. Don't tell me you just misheard the forensics report. Darn it. By the time Larry discovered the victim, the room was already filled with poison gas. It's time for you to realize how incapable you really are. Hey, what do you mean by incapable? I tried to use that word earlier, and you still don't know what it means. It means to say you are lacking in ability. Incidentally, inculpable has a completely different meaning. I get it. You're making fun of me again, aren't you? I'm merely saying that you are incapable in your investigation. Before you insult Sebastian, I still have some doubts about your own statement. What kind of doubts? For all we know, Mr. Artist could have simply entered the Autumn Palace at an earlier time. That's... Moreover, do you have evidence that the red paint is unrelated to the case? The most important thing now is not the red paint. The red normalium and the white fatalium. Exactly how are these two substances mixed? I believe that is our main concern. Naturally. It was Sebastian's job to investigate that. Were it not for your interference, we would have found that out by now. I never intended to interfere. On the contrary, I'd like to cooperate. Don't tell me you're going to say you know the cause of the poison gas. How the poison gas started? I have something that may shed some light on this matter. Sebastian, do not fall for his bluff. Come now, it's fine, really. Let's hear what he's come up with. If you say so, Sebastian. Come on, show us. How did the poison gas start? I think that's what they want me to present. Although it could be the burner as well. Let's try this for right now. Before you insult Sebastian, I'd like to insult him myself for a while. It's so easy to do! Shane, your voice for Hilarious sounds a bit like James from Team Rocket. Oh, I can kind of see that. Oh, by Larry, do you mean the other prosecutor right there? Because Larry's a bit up here. But DeBest is down here. Sounds a little bit debonair and a little bit full of himself. DeBest is just a little bit slower than James because he himself is very slow. Gotcha. Yeah, I hadn't realized, but yeah, I'm like, I kind of am doing just a slightly slowed down James from Team Rocket voice. Alright.
Take that!
Surely you're not saying that this was the cause of the poison gas? Seems even you've noticed it. Duh! It really stands out. Those red tears that Larry saw were undoubtedly normalium. Huh? Wait a second. If those were the chemicals, does that mean a ghost set off the poison gas? Don't have time to play along with him. Red tears of normalium could not have triggered the poison gas by itself. That red liquid was mixed inside the case to create the poison gas. What? Just where do you see evidence the chemicals were mixed? That can also be seen in the sketch. It's right there. Shane's the best voice makes my fight or flight kick in. I mean, that is a compliment. Thank you so much. I'm like, it is definitely a compliment when I'm trying to make someone sound like a douchebag and you're like, wow, he sounds like a douchebag. Yes, mission accomplished. Thank you. I definitely take that as praise. Hey, Defiant Salem, welcome in. How are you doing today? I hear superhero landings are rough on your knees. A pink liquid can be seen flowing out from under the case of the Pisces sculpture. This is proof that the two chemicals were mixed. Hold on a second. I still don't get it. How does this show that normalium and fatalium were mixed? Since we have a self-proclaimed artist here, I'll let him explain. Larry, you fancy yourself an artist, so you should know about mixing paint, right? What do you add to red to make pink? Don't take me for a fool, Edgy! You know I graduated from middle school! The floor was his. I set him up. He could have said whatever he wanted right there. That's the absolute best he could come up with. Don't take me for a fool. I graduated from middle school. You add white to red to make pink. It's common knowledge. Well, technically there's rose pink, baby pink, and several others. That's enough. Now do you understand, Mr. DeBest? Ah, that's how it is. By mixing red normalium with white fatalium, you get a pink liquid. Yes, exactly. Took him long enough. I see. Looks like Mr. DeBest finally gets it. Prosecutor Edgeworth, you have merely presented one possibility. Did we really know if the color was the result of the two chemicals mixing together? Furthermore, the sketch was drawn by the suspect. I cannot put much faith in it. I just painted what I saw. How could that be a lie? Mr. Artist, I did not permit you to speak. Ah, so cold. But that's part of her charm. Of course, I intend to bring the truth to light immediately. It would not be wise to jeopardize your position even further. Aren't you going to answer my question from before? How do you know that Mr. Artist did not enter the Autumn Palace? If you cannot prove this, there is no room for you to argue any further. Hey, couldn't we find that out if we talked to the victim, pal? The victim, Dame Gustavia, remains unconscious and in critical condition. Ah, that's right. Well then, Sebastian, we'll be investigating the crime scene now. All of you, please vacate the premises. If you were to take a stand in court, you'd cause a lot of trouble for the presiding judge. Yeah, can confirm, actually. Funny story. Several funny stories, actually. Fun fact, the middle school he graduated from has a name that's also a slang word for fool in different parts of the country. And we moved to that part of the country afterwards. The Fool's Middle School. Oh, that's wild. Oh, that's so weird. That's a funny story, though. That's a keeper. That is a keeper. Is there something you would like to say, Mr. Artist? Hold your horses, Mrs. Cool Beauty. My name is Justine Courtney. Please don't address me by such a strange title. Oh, you finally told me your name. Pleased to meet you, Justy. I'm Laurie Stoneham, but you can call me Larice. Mr. Artist, please get to the point. I just remembered something I hadn't had a chance to say yet. When I first got to this room, it was locked, so I couldn't go in. But then, that old dude just suddenly fell through the door. It would appear that the palace rooms can be locked from the inside. But just because you say it was so doesn't mean the door was locked. Without proof, your statement holds no value.
Objection.
Well, why not let Uncle Ray prove it for you? Huh? After all, we can confirm the room was locked too. Right, Miles? Yes, I remember as well. Winter Palace should be... Huh? It's locked up. That's odd. They've already opened the museum. That was from right at the beginning of this this part of the case, actually, this stream. Everyone except you found it funny. Hopefully you find it funny now, because that's hilarious. Larry does have a girlfriend, but knowing Larry, probably not for long. Until the gas outbreak, no one could have entered the room. Perhaps the suspect entered the room with the victim during the gas outbreak. As you can see, this man did not inhale any of the gas. If you examine his belongings, you'll find he wasn't carrying a gas mask either. Is that so? Well then, I have no choice but to agree. That was easier than I expected. Anyway, I presume this clears up any suspicions surrounding Larry? Mr. DeBest's logic was off once again. Not exactly. I just didn't have enough information, that's all. Therefore, my reasoning was just before its time. Sure has a grand way of saying that things didn't work out for him. In that case, there is one more suspect who has yet to take the stand. Mr. Artist, you are free to go. But I want to talk to you a little bit more, Justy. Overruled. Cold demeanor leaves me mesmerized all the more. Larry has a type. It's very dangerous. Relentlessly, it's very amusing in hindsight, but when you're 13, it's less funny. That's fair. That's fair. This other suspect is... a pharmacist by the name of Delicious Scones. It would have been difficult for this artist to obtain the Fatalium from Megatoxin X. But a pharmacist may have knowledge of how to do that. The court will now take a 10-minute recess. Sebastian, it would be best if we brought her in quickly. Best if we brought her in quickly? Sounds good, leave it to me. Hey, Flatfoot, keep up the investigation. Got it. Don't tell me, Judge Courtney suspected her from the very beginning. So Mr. DeBest's logic wasn't any help at all. Judge Courtney, just what is she thinking? To be continued. Don't worry, we're continuing. Judge, please take this painted rose. Oh god, he probably would do that. I didn't have time to buy you anything, so here's a painting of a rose. Yeah, it sounds like Larry. Vaguely lady-shaped. I'm sure there's been a few, like, suggestively shaped trees that Larry's been smitten with. There's been some, like, dressmaker's dolls silhouettes that have taken his heart away. The occasional, curtain blowing in the wind that just stirs him in a way he can't explain. April April 2nd, 12:05 p.m., Zodiac Art Gallery, Autumn Palace. She said it would only be a 10-minute recess. They sure are taking an awfully long time. Sorry to keep you waiting. Prosecutor DeBest presents Ms. Delicious Scones. Yessie, you called, so here I am. It is I, Delicious Scones, the pharmacist who makes delicious drugs. The what? You can call me Ms. Delicious. And you can call me Mr. DeBestest. Oi, nice to meet you, bestie. I've gone straight to nicknames. Huh? That boy reminds me of someone. This is Miles Edgeworth. This is Miles Edgeworth. He's Gregory's son. Yessie, nice to meet you, Miley. Would you please not call me Miley? Meeting Greggy's boy? I guess it's a sign that I'm getting old. How old is this woman? She doesn't look like she's aged at all. That's suspicious. Although I think she's taller than last time we saw her, possibly. Are we gonna see the foot lift again? I hope so. That was hilarious. You can call me Mrs. Addictious Druggies. That's such a bad nickname. Why would she do that? There we go. Sebastian, isn't there something you'd like to ask, Mrs. Pharmacist? She does look like a Cupid doll. I was explaining to someone last week how I came up with her name. I'm like, whenever I see a character in the game, I have to, look at how they look like and come up with a name very quickly based on just their looks. So I'm looking at her, I'm trying to figure out what kind of person does she look like? And my immediate reaction is, she's not a person, she's a fast food mascot. If anybody hasn't seen Bob's Big Boy, Google him. That's the very first thing that came to mind when I came to her. So I'm like, she doesn't have a normal voice. She has a cartoon character voice. I'm gonna go completely out of the realm of realism for her. And I stand by that. She's ridiculous. The new Cinnabon mascot. That would be fitting. That would make sense. Oh, yeah, right. Ms. Delicious, could you tell us the reason why you came to the gallery? Yessie, I came to see the curator, Katie. I've been friends with her for 18 years, so I visit her quite often. Is it true, Ms. Pharmacist, that you also assisted in the treatment of Mr. Gustavia? I guess you could say that, although I only made the antidote for the doctor. Wow, you made the antidote on the spot? Yessie, as long as I have the right ingredients, I can make any drug easily. The infirmary here is well equipped, you see. Oh, you're not making it easy for yourself there, Delicia. Instead of sending him to the hospital in critical condition, we treated him right away. I did all I could. The rest depends upon his body's ability to recover. Do you know the victim is Delicious? Yessie. Although it's been 18 years since I last saw him. I only know that he became a world-famous pastry chef. Huh? Is the victim that famous? I heard on the news that he won a competition for designing desserts. That reminds me, I do remember him mentioning something about studying design in Zhengva. Now, let's get down to business. Ms. Pharmacist, are you familiar with the drug Megatoxin X? Yessie, it's the drug that's used to kill those things. It's mega effective. Because the effects are so potent, it's not available to the general public. What are those things you're referring to? It's a drug for vanquishing creatures that strike fear into the heart of a lady. The ones that often infest kitchens and the like. I think I know what she's talking about. So, Ms. Pharmacist, may I ask you one more thing? Do you know what happens when you mix normalium with Vitalium? Yessie, I know. It's even written in the warning label for Megatoxin X. Hazardous when mixed. When the two drugs are mixed together, a chemical reaction occurs and a gas is released. Inhaling a large amount of this gas can cause breathing difficulties, and even death. From the amount of poison gas Gusty breathed in, I think There was probably at least 500 milliliters of each chemical in the gas. As expected of a pharmacist, she's very well informed. Hey, Rambo Rachel, good morning. How are you doing today, Rambo Rachel? Hope you are doing well. How's your week been going? Also, if anybody in here is not following Rambo Rachel, she's a fantastic streamer. Plays a lot of really cool stuff. I first found her when she was playing some Sherlock. She's been playing some Mass Effect recently. Also just came across a clip of her stream on TikTok the other day of her playing Halo on Legendary. Having some trouble with a rocket launcher goon, I believe. It was hilarious. And also, she's just a blast to hang out with, so make sure you click that link and give her a follow. Check her out next time she's live. We're gonna have a good time over in her stream, most definitely. And hey, Damaged Plushie, welcome in. How are you doing today, Plushie? Took a 6-hour nap and just woke up? Hell yeah, that is how to do naps well. Yeah, the rocket flood looked terrifying. It's just you look at a dude and then you're dead. Normalium is an adhesive liquid that becomes hot as soon as heat is applied. It also has a red color and a minty fragrance. Due to its low cost, it's used everywhere. Italium is a white, watery liquid. That's enough for now. As expected of a pharmacist, you're very knowledgeable. Yesy, of course I am. Megatoxin X is one of the chemicals that the company I work for produces. Oh, you are digging a very deep hole here, Delicia. Is that a rocket flood? Death. Oh yeah, it was. But not just anyone has access to it. It's so potent as a poison that it couldn't be sold to the public after all. Thank you. I think that's all I need to hear. Does Judge Courtney suspect her? What is she hiding behind that smile? Also, I mentioned last week that this game is really pushing me on voice acting. I want to point out there's 8 people in the room right now. So yeah, they're stressing me here. They're absolutely stressing me here. Oh, Flatfoot, have you made progress in the investigation or something? Oh, thank you, Rambo Rachel. I try. Yeah, let me tell you. The glass cases that contain the sculptures can be opened by a mechanism in the lid. What strange cases. The temperature in the cases can be lowered down to 0 degrees Fahrenheit. The inside of the Pisces case was set to 27 degrees Fahrenheit, so my hand nearly got stuck to the ice. Good thing it didn't. So then? From the lid of the Pisces case, we detected slight traces of normalium. Huh? Not bad. Huh? If the normalium was in a glass case at a temperature of 27 degrees Fahrenheit, then it would have been frozen to the lid. Really? So what happened? Mr. DeBest, why don't we try borrowing the power of K's little thief? I think the circumstances will be easier to understand if we use our Mr. Thief. So you really want to help me out that much? Fine, I'm not really sure how this all works, but you get on with it. I hate being bossed around by this guy, but to arrive at the truth, I'll do it. Stop acting as you please. The goddess of law has no need of your power. Don't be such a stick in the mud, Courtney Pie. We have approval of the prosecutor in charge, so what's the problem? Could it be there's something the PIC doesn't want us to find out? That's none of your concern. That's a yes! That's a yes! I don't know what they wouldn't want us to find here, but that's incredibly suspicious. When Shane plays this game in 13 years, he's gonna have to come up with so many voices. It's tough, it's tough. If you insist on participating in the investigation, then let me check if you're qualified by asking you a question. What is she planning? Who set off the poison gas? I'm gonna save, because of course I don't know who set off the poison gas. If you can answer me that, I'll allow you to work with us. Well then, Miles. The person who opened the Pisces case and set off the gas. Think about the circumstances, there's only one person it could have been. Yes, considering the circumstances, it's clear who it was. I mean, I guess, given the circumstances, I can only really think of one person who could have done it. This is gonna get complicated, though. I can feel it in my bones right now. So, please give me your answer. Who set off the poison gas? Well... Take that. There was no one in the Autumn Palace other than the victim, Dame Gustavia. Hard to believe it could have been anyone but him. Seems that way. Very well, I'll allow you to participate this time. However, if I feel you are a hindrance, I will have to ask you to leave. Understood. What I don't understand is why the victim opened that case. So, Mr. Edgeworth, what shall I recreate? And based on the information we've gathered so far, let's recreate the scene before the gas. Got it! Oh, don't scare me like that. I'm like, wait a second, who the hell is Courtney? Right there we go, the judge. So, this is the true power of Sir Thief. Let's investigate the Pisces sculpture post-haste. There's frozen normalium on the lid of the Pisces sculpture's glass case. It's frozen so thick you can't even open the lid. On the actual glass case, the lid was heavily cracked. It was like someone had it out for the Pisces sculpture, sir. Do you have any idea how it came to be cracked like this? Well, the damage didn't seem to have come from outside of the glass case, sir. I see. The inside of the case was below freezing point, and the case had developed cracks. There are no signs of external damage. From this we can deduce... Below freezing! Like Mr. Edgeworth's cold stare. And cracked! Like Mr. Edgeworth's furrowed brow! Thermal fracturing. The cold glass case was heated from the outside, causing it to crack. Why did thermal fracturing occur here, and what caused it? Inside the thermally fractured glass case, there was frozen normalium. Oh? That face means you probably thought of something, Miles. Indeed I have. I know how Mr. Gustavia was able to open the glass case. What? How can you possibly know something I don't? I'd say the things he does know are in the minority. Hey, aren't you going to let me know? How did Dame Gustavia open the glass case? I mean, if we're talking thermal fracturing... Take that! This gas burner that was found in the Autumn Palace shows signs of recent use. I believe this was the cause of the thermal fracturing in the Pisces sculpture's glass case. A gas burner? Why would he use something like that? Ah, I got it! The lid was frozen shut, so he had to use the burner to melt the ice. Indeed, that is correct. I just had a late start. I'm still the best, you know. Late start? You didn't even understand a single thing, did you? Well, that's just because Mr. Edgeworth's explanation was too hard to follow. Hot thing melt ice. Keep up here, DeBest. Ugh. Okay, why don't you update the little thief so that he can understand that? If you say so. Right, let's restart the recreation. Literally the worst. Yes, DeBest, even my comic relief stooges are outwitting you now. He does feel very Reddit. I bet he's a Redditor. The victim, Dame Gustavia, was the only one to enter the Autumn Palace. If you used the gas burner then, the normalium in the glass case would have melted. And then... the melted normalium would have come into contact with the phtalium inside the case. And produced the poison gas. The moment Mr. Gustavio opened the lid, he would have begun to inhale the gas. He managed to drag himself out to the fountain patio just before his strength ran out. So he inhaled the gas when he opened the lid. Seems he finally understands. But why did Mr. Gustavio open the glass case of the Pisces sculpture? The victim's goal? That I do not yet know. Perhaps he had the same reason as Uncle Ray. Maybe he actually came to see the Winter Palace, not the Autumn one. Uncle Ray also thought this was the Winter Palace at first. Boy, you too, Ray Ray? Actually, I thought so too. It looks just like Icy's room from 18 years ago. It's even got the exact same plants in front of the door. Everyone involved with the IS-7 incident made the same mistake. It is imperative that we investigate the real Winter Palace immediately. I should suggest that to Mr. DeBest. I get it now. Yeah, that's how it was. Huh? Did you think of something? The victim committed suicide. He thought he would look refined if he died in an art gallery. He's so dumb. Chad, he's so dumb. I can't. Oh, he's so dumb. Have you even been listening? Well, if you're as smart as me, just hearing half of the story will be enough. He absolutely is a Redditor. Sebastian, I'll explain it from the top later. Top? That means best, right? Alright, I'll leave it to you. Yes, it would indeed be best to let Judge Courtney handle him. That aside, don't you have some information to inform everyone of? Ah, I totally forgot. What are you talking about? We did a little checking on that pharmacist. We, meaning me, the best prosecutor's subordinate. That's not something to brag about. Shut up, you! Quiet down and listen. Suicide is, off the table for now, yeah. That's because, in short, that pharmacist is the culprit. She set up the gas as a trap. No! It's a terrible shame, Ms. Pharmacist. How could one in the profession of saving lives stoop to extinguishing them? Huh? What are you saying? I would never do such a thing! Mr. DeBest, do you have a basis for these accusations? Of course, this is my basis. Her pharmacist license. It would permit her to handle Megatoxin X, right? And its active ingredients, phtalium, was one of the components in the poison gas. Exactly. That chemical is almost impossible for ordinary people to obtain. But that pharmacist is another story altogether. It wasn't me! You've got it all wrong! And that's not all. A bottle of Megatoxin X was found in the victim's pockets. And on the bottle, we found clear fingerprints. Yours. I mean, that's awfully suspicious, I gotta say. You and the curator took the victim to the infirmary, right? That would have given you the perfect opportunity to plant the bottle on him. You are the only pharmacist on the premises who could have handled Megatoxin X. Furthermore, as for the curator of this art gallery, you're an acquaintance of hers. You would have had access to the gallery at any time in order to prepare the poison gas trap. Please wait! That Megatoxin X! It was stolen! Trying to lie your way out of this won't go well with me. It's true! Look, I've got the proof right here in my bag! What is she searching for? Not this! Not this either! I remember seeing cloth like that recently. Why did she have one of the LED cloths? Or the fiber optic cloths? That's a little odd, also suspicious. I can see that, Gimmo. Like, of course, I had to voice like 100 lines of his before I heard that objection, so I wasn't able to really base it on anything, but that is also a very irritating voice. This surprise was gonna knock him dead. Ah, here it is. Please take a look at this. Some sort of paper. What's it say? April 1st, theft report accepted, stolen item Megatoxin X. This is a theft report acceptance certificate. What? Yesy, truth is, 1 week ago, my Megatoxin X was stolen. 1 week ago? That means you didn't have it with you today. Yesy, that bottle you just found is probably the one that was stolen from me. I normally carry that bottle of Megatoxin X in my bag at all times. Why would you carry something called Megatoxin X with you at all times? Especially since they already said it's not sold to the public because it's incredibly deadly. I want to remind you, she's well, I mean, she's not a pastry chef. It was a lie, but as you can see, she does appear to make pastries. And don't cook food with poison in your bag. What the hell? Oh my god. Even though I often forget to keep it locked up, I would never even think about mixing it with normalium. But why in the world would you carry such a dangerous substance on your person? Well, you never know when those things will appear. Those creatures that infest the kitchen, striking fear into the heart of a lady, right? Although, if you had a rolled up newspaper, you could just squash them with one blow. Justine, what do we do now? Well then, can we really accept this theft report? Let's ask for confirmation. That should clearly tell us whether or not she's lying. Right. Well then, I'll just call and confirm it. Looks like Ms. Delicious isn't the culprit. Indeed, if she really did set up the poison gas trap, I don't believe she would do it in the way that incriminates her the most. So, Miles, who do you think is the culprit? Predicting the actions of the victim would require a fair amount of advanced planning. And there's only one person here capable of that. Huh? Uncle Ray would like to know too. Who do you suspect? The one who stole the Megatoxin X and prepared the room in advance was... I mean, I would... The curator seems like the one that would have the most opportunity, right? She mentioned she's the only employee of the place. To Mega Evolve her Toxel, of course. Sentimental poison! That's very Victorian of her. Oh my goodness. Yeah, don't use industrial grade pesticide in the kitchen. What the shit? Take that. It had to be the curator of the Zodiac Art Gallery, Miss Catherine Hall. However, I still don't have any evidence that she's the criminal yet. I see. She is. The way you said that just now sounded like you'd been expecting it. Good job, Miles. As expected from Uncle Ray's future apprentice. I have no intention of becoming your apprentice. And now I will announce the results of my verification. I can confirm that her theft report was indeed accepted. Therefore, it's a little too early to come to a decision. Go ahead and save here, because it's been a little bit. That means your logic was completely faulty. You're wrong. My real performance is still to come. Really? And how do you plan to proceed with your investigation? First, we need to speak with the curator. And after that... well, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Sebastian? Mr. Gustavia may have had business in the Winter Palace. I believe we should send an investigator there as well. Oh, that's good too. Detective Gumshoe, investigate the Winter Palace at once. Got it, sir. Justine, let's go talk to the curator. Yes, let us proceed. And we should go and listen to what Ms. Hall has to say as well. April 2nd, 1:35 p.m., Zodiac Art Gallery, Fountain Patio. Yeah, we'll burn that bridge when we get to it. I do like that particular turn of phrase. Alright, I want you guys to listen to what the curator has to say. Mr. the Best, weren't you gonna go and talk to her yourself? Nah, that's a job for my subordinates. All I have to do is wait for their report. I'm the best prosecutor, after all. Such arrogance. Well, this is anticlimactic. I'm gonna chill for a bit. Huh? What's that in the fountain? Oh! Oh! There's a dead body in the fountain! What is the meaning of this? Silence, everyone! Forensics! Identify this body at once! It's terrible, pal! Please be quiet, detective. The ice sculptures in the Winter Palace! They've all melted, pal! What? 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 What's going on here? There are 2 victims now. This is all just like 18 years ago. Once again, the ice sculptures have melted. Again? Everyone related to the incident 18 years ago is gathered here now. This is no mere coincidence. Don't you think so, Miles? Yes. Key to finding the truth of this case lies in the IS-7 incident. This is what I believe. That's right. Uncle Ray thinks so too. Looks like it's time once again for Uncle Ray to tell you about the IS-7 incident. To be continued. Alright, we're going back to the past now. Exciting. Exciting. Double elimination night. That's not good when it comes to murder. What less murder? Lower numbers, like golf. The IS-7 incident 18 years ago. Gregory Edgeworth's last case. Isaac Dover was murdered at the venue of a dessert contest, and his body was discovered in the chocolate treasure chest made by Jeff Master. The victim died from blood loss after being struck in the head with a rock salt lamp. A murder weapon was found hidden inside Delicious Candy Castle. Then, in the victim's room, where no one had searched yet, all of Dover's sherbet sculptures had melted. 18 years ago. December 24th, 9:05 p.m., contest venue, Fountain Patio. sculptures in Mr. Dover's room have melted. Due to that, Prosecutor Von Karma immediately drove us away from the scene. How are we going to investigate now? And what's with that defense attorney is out? Von Karma's methods are deplorable. Well, investigating the crime scene is supposed to be the police's job after all. But you gotta admit, Von Karma's methods are way out of line. Defense attorneys and the police should work together to discover the truth. Raymond, you must realize that not everyone shares the same views as us. Should one expose the truth for the sake of justice, or simply accept things as they appear? Everyone has their own view on what is right and what is wrong. Even if that means convicting an innocent man? Both ourselves and the police are only human, and as humans, we all make mistakes. It is for this reason that we defense attorneys exist, so that those who are alone and helpless can have an ally on their side. Ally on their side? We cannot investigate. Shouldn't we just find some other way to help? I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. I still have much to learn. You're still young, so you'll have many opportunities to learn. Right, I'll do my best. Monsieur Edgeworth and Monsieur Shields, would you like to take a brief respite? I know it's not much, but please, eat these. Weren't those the sweets that Delicia pulled out of her purse when she was looking for the note? It could just be a reused asset, but I'm gonna file that away mentally. That's a little suspicious. Wow, thank you. Mr. Master's favorite food, handmade by Ms. Hall. Very sweet and twice misshapen. Handmade by Ms. Hall. Again, interesting. Let's eat. I appreciate getting some sugar into my system. These are a little too sweet. And it's a little misshapen, too. I'm terribly sorry. Does it not suit your tastes? Not at all. It's deliciously sweet. Thank you very much. But making sweets isn't really my forte. Huh? You made this chocolate, Kate? Yes, chocolate is Monsieur Master's favorite food. Preparing his favorite food is also part of my job. But I'm still not that good at it, so I need him to instruct me. I envy Master Jeff. He gets to eat Kate's handmade sweets whenever he wants. Did you say something? No, it's nothing. This is so sweet. More ways than one. Miss Hall, you seem very dedicated to your work. Without my work, I wouldn't even have the right to be here. What do you mean? When I was a child, I was abandoned. Monsieur Master took me in. One snowy Christmas Eve, I was left on the doorstep of his mansion. I owe Monsieur Master my life. He became like a father to me. And so, to repay his kindness, I want to continue working for him. Kate, you're incredible. I've lived a long life. Yet that brought tears even to my eyes. Today, Christmas Eve has finally arrived once more. But it looks like I won't be able to give him the present I prepared. I would do anything if it meant saving Monsieur Master. If there's any way I could be of service to you, please ask. Yes, I appreciate that. Well then, do you happen to know anything about the victim, Isaac Dover? I don't really know much about Monsieur Dover, but I have a photo of the desserts he made for the contest finals. This is certainly a splendid piece of work. Yes, with this exquisite beauty, it's truly a work of art. Crafted so intricately that you almost forget it's made out of sherbet. It seems Mr. Master was also fond of Mr. Dover's work as well. Wow, these are the Taurus and Gemini constellations. You know a lot about constellations, Raymond. Of course, there's so much romance in the constellations. For example, Take the club, lyre, and arrow held by Gemini here. These come from... Huh? There's no strings on this lyre. Mr. Dover make a mistake in his sculpting? Yeah, it's hard to think he would make a mistake like that. Huh? I thought you said you didn't know that much about him. I just sort of felt that way somehow. Kate getting more suspicious by the moment right here. But numbers go upper. Bigger number is good. Not for murder. Unless, you know, it's one of those games where we're doing the murder, in which case it's usually pretty cool. Would you like some candy from a double murder suspect? Triple at this point. Miss RP girl, welcome in. How are you doing today? Jane, was your favorite type of fudge sweet? I don't really like fudge that much. Like, no, I'm not really a huge fudge guy, really. I can't think of it off the top of my head of any fudge that I typically like. Like, my mom had a family recipe for what she called fudge, but like it doesn't have the texture of any other fudge I've ever had, so it doesn't really feel like fudge. I don't know how to describe it. You don't like fudge that much? That sounds like something I would say. When someone mentions my special interest, I become an unskippable cutscene. Oh, do I know that feeling. It appears she's hiding something from us. Miss Hall, did you take this photograph yourself? Yes, I took it with this instant camera. It develops pictures instantly. It's one of my greatest treasures. Wow, I would love to see it in action. Well then, why don't we take a picture right now? Yay! Let's have our picture taken, Mr. Edgeworth. Sure, I don't mind. Confident in my hairstyle today. Much different from the Edgeworth we know here. Alright, I'm taking the picture. Say cheese. Here, it's developed. A present from me to you, Monsieur Shields. Wow, thank you so much. That's such a great camera. It's the only camera in this mansion. Unfortunately, its convenience comes at a cost. There are no negatives. No negatives, huh? Is this the same camera Mr. Master used during the contest? Yes, you are well informed. While he made his desserts, Monsieur Master photographed his work. After that, he took photos of all the other competitors' works. Was he taking photos at the time the body was found? The body was discovered during the judging, was it not? Monsieur Master intended to take photos of everyone's rooms, but after he photographed Gustavia's room, he ran out of film. Monsieur Master asked me to change the film in the camera. It seemed the film he prepared in advance wasn't enough. Wasn't enough film? It seems the number of photos he took didn't match up with the amount of film remaining. So someone was using the camera unbeknownst to him, but for what? That's a good question. Well, he told me himself it might have been just a mistake, though. Was it really just a mistake? I retrieved more film from the main building and went back to the fountain patio. And it was then that I heard the sound of something breaking in Monsieur Master's room. Monsieur Master, are you in here? And we've seen this like 5 times now. And that's when I found Monsieur Dover's body in Monsieur Master's room. It was so terrible. I was really shaken up. Before I spoke to anyone else, I called the police. This camera, I've kept it with me ever since. I see. If it's alright with you, would you mind lending me your camera in that photo? Sure, I don't mind at all. Here you go. Thank you very much. Has the capacity for 20 photos, but there's only film for 3 more. Photo of Dover's room taken by Kate. Oh, do we not get to see the photo of the 3 of them together? I really wanted to see that one. Detective Bad, Miss Delicious, is the investigation over already? He said he had no more use for me and kicked me out. Huh, Manny that meanie. What a rude thing to say. Probably to ensure that you wouldn't eat any more of the crime scene. So, Detective Bad, did you get kicked out too? Seems Von Karma thought I was getting in the way. He won't let me investigate. Why would he prohibit his own detective from investigating? Probably because Von Karma's a bastard and he's up to something. But we know just about all there is to know about the crime scene. Right now, he's talking to Gustavia in Dover's room. Why does he need to speak to Mr. Gustavia? We heard from Hall. Gustavia was seen entering the victim's room. Mr. Gustavia? Yes, I saw him entering Dover's room, and it seemed like he was trying to avoid being seen. Although I have no idea what he did in there. Von Karma's planting a bloody glove? Yeah, that's kind of the thing he does. For anybody that didn't remember, we've seen Von Karma in one of the previous games. I think it was Ace Attorney 2. And his gimmick in there is that he'd never lost a case in several decades. And it turns out that was because if he couldn't get enough evidence, he'd just plant it. Or outright lie in court. Or destroy evidence that went against his case. He's the worst. He is currently under suspicion for melting Dover's sherbet. Just why did Mr. Gustavia enter that room? I also have a photo of Dover's room here if you need it. I'll let you take a look at it. Eh? What? Why would you do that for us? You still don't get it, kid. I'm saying I want to help you guys in order to discover the truth of this case. Detective Bad? Is that alright, Detective Bad? Won't Von Karma chew you out again? I have no intention of becoming Von Karma's lapdog. If you won't let me investigate, I'll just do as I like. Getting tied up in stupid rules will only blind you to the truth. Isn't that right, Attorney Edgeworth? Of course, Detective Bad. Thank you. This is amazing, Mr. Edgeworth. Now we've got Detective Bad on our side. I don't really get what's going on, but I'm glad you boys are all friends now. I'm grateful that it'll lend us his strength. Well then, can we see that photo now? Right. This is the current state of Dover's room. Wow, the sherbet is completely melted. The room is drenched in a light blue liquid. You should compare this with the photo Ms. Hall took. Sherbet melt because the power cord was pulled out? Yeah, because it was pulled. All the refrigerated glass cases lost power completely. Looks like all the power cords were connected to one socket. Do you have any idea when this cord was pulled? No, it's still under investigation at the moment. What a waste of beautiful sherbet! Honestly, had I known it would end up like this, I would have eaten even more of the stuff. Did Mr. Dover's sherbet taste that good? Oh, yesy! His sherbet was most delicious. Really? Oh, I wish I could have eaten some too. But there was one piece that was so salty I couldn't eat it. Salty? It's right here in this photo. It was part of that lyre. That's the lyre from the Gemini constellation. Ah, you took a bite from the lyre. That's why the strings are missing. Fie, I could never have eaten that much. It was way too salty. Sherbet shouldn't be salty. That's definitely unusual. Yeah, Manfred also murdered Gregory Edgeworth, so you know, there's that too. Feel like that's the phrase we should use. That really melts my shirt. I want to use that now. That sounds amazing. Ooh, that really melts my sherbet. sherbet shouldn't be salty. It's true. If I bit into ice cream and it was super salty, I'd be a little bit pissed. I would be. One part of the sherbet tasted different. That's rather curious. Did someone other than her also take a bite out of it? Did you notice anything else? Now that you mention it, icy sherbet sculptures had these strange markings on them. They had 2 letters carved into them. Wait a minute. There! It looks something like this. We've definitely seen that before. That was the personal sigil of the person who made the teapot that Kate said she really enjoyed his work. And also we found that signet ring with a PH next to the victim inside the chocolate treasure chest. Give me one, you really like coat number 62. When my sherbet is salty, that really melts my sherbet. Perfect, it's already catching on. Alphabet signature? Can't be. I knew it! I just knew that Monsieur Dover made this lyre. He isn't one to make mistakes in his sculptures, after all. Ms. Hall, it's been troubling me for a while, but... do you know something about Mr. Dover? Huh? Why would I know something about Mr. Dover? Now, you might not know this, chat, but I'm actually I've actually mastered the FBI art of micro gestures. I can use it to tell when someone is lying based on just the tiniest movements that they make. And you probably wouldn't notice because you haven't trained in this fine and very complex art, but since I have, I can tell you, she looks a little suspicious right here. Just a little bit, just a tiny bit. That's why you might have overlooked it. But... You seem quite attached to Mr. Dover's handiwork. You seem to be river dancing. It's a nervous tick. Every time she gets nervous, she just starts Michael Flatleying her way across the building. That's just because his sculptures are such great works of art. No, I believe that his works are very special to you in particular. How do you know that? There's a piece of evidence that we believe belongs to Mr. Dover, and happens to share a common feature with another piece of evidence. Please show me. I have no idea what you're talking about. Which 2 pieces of evidence share something in common? There are 2 pieces of evidence that point to Mr. Dover. Let's start by presenting the first one. Now, the second piece of evidence, which shares a common feature, is... it's this one, right? Let me double check. Yep, there we go. My badge! Show her the badge! Delicia saw 2 letters of the alphabet. They were probably used as Mr. Dover's signature, just as an artist would sign their name on their works. Right? Oi, I remember now! Icy sherbet sculptures had PH carved into them, I'm sure of it! PH? Those aren't Isaac Dover's initials, though. No. But we found this seal at the scene of the crime. It had probably fallen out of the late Mr. Dover's pocket. If you had pressed the seal into something, you would mark the letters PH. Also, the very same PH symbol is engraved into this teapot. Same symbol. This teapot was made by the sculptor Pierre Hoquet. In other words, this PH is the signature of Pierre Hoquet. Miss Hall, you know about the signature all too well, don't you? Yes. Monsieur Hoquet's works always bear that signature. Since he never shows himself in public, his signature is used to identify his works. No way. Are you saying Pierre Hoquet is... Seems Detective Bad has also realized Isaac Dover's true identity. The guy whose initials are ID has a secret identity? Oh, Phoenix Wright. Ms. Hall, Mr. Dover was no ordinary pastry chef. That's because his true identity was... And that's right. Mr. Dover's true identity was the sculptor Pierre Hoquet. What? Mr. Dover was a sculptor? Things like signatures can be faked if you have the original designs. Can you really use that as proof that he was a sculptor? No. What's important here is that Ms. Hall thought he was. As for proving his real identity, I'll leave that to the police. I get it. I'll have the boys check up on it. As expected from you, Gregory Edgeworth. You knew Mr. Dover's real identity all along, didn't you? Yes. When I discovered the body, I noticed the seal. I knew from that moment he was Pierre Hoquet, the man I greatly admired. Thinking that this would be his final posthumous work, I just couldn't sit still. So, that's why you entered Dover's room. Huh? What did you say? When exactly did you take this photo of Dover's room? That was... Perhaps it was taken during the judging. Objection. That's strange. I thought you said the camera ran out of film during the judging. Before Mr. Master entered Dover's room, you were the only one in possession of the camera. Wasn't that why you were able to take the photo when you discovered the body? Yes, that's right. The only photo you took with the new film were of Dover's room and the body. If that's the case, a new contradiction comes to light. Another one? Well... She said she only took a picture of Mr. Dover's room and the body. But it says there's been 17 photos taken with this film. How the heck would that have happened then? You didn't even pick up on that, honestly? That's what I'm here for. I gotcha. His secret identity should have been shh. Yeah, in other words, Bad, do some actual work. Do your actual job here. Yeah, we did have pseudonym. I remember that one. Oh my god. That is my instant camera. You've already handed the photos of Dover's room and the body to myself and the police. That reminds me, didn't you also take a photo of me and Mr. Edgeworth just now? The film used in this camera can take up to 20 photos. However, this camera only has 3 photos left, which leaves 14 photos unaccounted for. Exactly what were they used to photograph? Please show us all the photos you took. We will be able to discern your actions from these photos. I'm so sorry. I have told a terrible lie. Don't tell me all of the remaining shots are of Isaac Dover's room. My deepest apologies. Seems they're all shots of the ice sculptures from various angles. So when these were taken, sculptures had not melted yet. But that means the one who caused them to melt was you? Yes, I am positive that I melted them. You are positive? I am an aficionado of the sculpture Pierre Hoquet. It is actually Monsieur Dover. Before the authorities could defile his final masterpieces during their investigation, I thought I should preserve them through photographs, hence I entered his room. In that case, why did all the ice melt? It's probably because, as I was taking the pictures, I became entranced with his works. And it seems that my foot accidentally got caught in the power cord, unplugging it. Accidentally, you say? I did not notice the power cord at the time. I would never have imagined that I would be the cause of these sculptures melting. Could the truth really be that simple? No. She's making me more suspicious with everything she says right here. Let's see. Spirit of Justice has some especially egregious examples of very Ace Attorney-esque names. Oh, I'll be excited once I get there then. All the remaining shots are too naughty to be shared. And not for free. You gotta pay for those ones. The suspicion intensifies. I gotta blow my nose again. I apologize. I will be right back, folks. Don't go anywhere. Alright, we are back now. Thank you for waiting. And Velkos, good morning to you. How are you doing today, Velkos? Hope you're doing well. However, I cannot say with certainty that she's lying. I'm so sorry to have caused you all so much trouble. And as long as you're telling the truth, there's no need to apologize. That's right. Don't sweat it, Kate. Thank you very much. Edgeworth. Here. Take this picture. Do what you want with it. Alright, got some more photos. You meddling fools still haven't given up yet, have you? No matter how long you wait, I have no intention of allowing a defense attorney to investigate. No matter. If we can't investigate, we'll find the truth through some other method. Always ready with a comeback. Well, do try your best. Excuse me, Monsieur Von Karma? Truth is, it was I who melted the ice sculptures in Monsieur Dover's room. What? What is the meaning of this, you clod? I'm truly sorry, both to you and Monsieur Gustavia. Do not be concerned about me. Sir Von Karma has already recognized that I had no hand in this act. That reminds me. Why did you enter Mr. Dover's room, Mr. Gustavia? Ah, well, that was because... Silence, ignoramus! You are not to give that attorney the tiniest hint of information. Catherine Hall, you are coming with me. You are under suspicion of being complicit in the murder. No! I shall be interrogating you personally. You best prepare yourself. Very well. Please wait. I still have some questions I want to ask her. I do not care for your sorry plight in the least. Bad, Gustavia? Well, I'm at it to you as well, Ms. Scones. I have plenty of questions for you all. Understood. Why? While I'm at it, he says, the nerve! He just took everyone away with him. Basically, he's trying to keep all of the witnesses to himself so he can't question anybody here. Let's see. Busy day today, but game night tonight. I'm bringing Dice Throne and Summoner Wars. Ooh, nice. Hope you get some good games in. Good luck to you, Velkos. Alright, take care of yourself, Gamagumo. Thanks for hanging around. I appreciate having you here. We will see you around. Yes, even if we stay here, I don't think we'll be able to investigate any further today. Let's take our leave for now. It's already grown rather late. Hope the snow has stopped by now. Sounds good. I'm starving anyway. Let's stop somewhere for hamburgers then, before my stomach joins the chorus. Can't fight on an empty stomach after all. We'll need to report back to Mr. Master with our findings first thing tomorrow. To be continued. Alright. And we'll just go ahead and continue on. What's your weekend plans? I'm not sure yet. I know tonight I'm making some Cajun pasta. I'm really looking forward to that. I love that recipe. Past that, I have no idea. Oh, you're playing that as well, Plushie. That's awesome. December 25th, 10 a.m., Detention Center, Visitors Room. So I just... This is a Christmas game. I'm just going to say it right now. Next time somebody asks you, do you know any Christmas video games? It's this one. This one's a Christmas game. I'm just going to say it. Damage Plushie, you're really curious about Cajun pasta recipe? Feel free to either DM me or ask about it in the food channel on my Discord. I'd be happy to share it with you. It's a Christmas game. It says right there. It says right there it's a Christmas game. Right there. The evidence. This one is a Christmas game. My normal thing when anybody asks, do you know any Christmas games, is Parasite Eve, which takes place around Christmas as well. And of course, the only game I can think of that actually has Christmas in the title, Christmas Nights. Although that's kind of like a side mode of nights. It still counts. Still counts. Santa baby! Oh man, now you make me want a Christmas episode of The Good Life. I would love that. Excuse me. Huh? What are you doing here, Kate? Ah, Monsieur Shields and Monsieur Edgeworth. Allow me to apologize once again for all the trouble I caused you yesterday. Miss Hall looks a bit tired. Hey, Groshen! Welcome in! How are you doing today, Groshen? How's your week going so far? Has Von Karma finished interrogating you? Yes, aside from what happened to the ice sculptures, I was not at fault for anything else. Are you also here to meet with Master Jeff, Kate? Yes, I am worried about how he's holding up. Now I gotta remember what voice I did for Master Jeff. Detective Bad, why are you here? I just happen to be here. I'll be heading to the crime scene soon. I don't think this is a place that people happen to be, though. Oh, just hanging out at the prison, you know how it is. Hello. What the hell happened to him? Wasn't his hair black last time we saw it? I don't think this guy's doing well in prison. Oh my god. Master Jeff, what happened to you? Oh no, Monsieur Master, why do you look so poor? Also that 1,000-yard stare, holy shit. I didn't get much sleep last night. The tribulation known as questioning was rather harsh. I'm just a little exhausted. Yeah, I know how that is. When I get tired, all the color goes out of my hair as well, and I take on a haunted look. They didn't let you sleep? Even for an interrogation, that's going too far. Detective Bad. The detective in charge of the initial investigation was also in charge of the interrogation. I don't like Von Karma's methods, but this was all I could do. He was the one who brought me here. It seems I was supposed to be interrogated for a little bit longer, though. Seems that Detective Bad is looking out for Mr. Master in his own way. So, shall we inform Mr. Master about what happened yesterday, Raymond? Yes, sir! I got all my memos right here! Oh, no, you're thinking of a different thing right there. Alright, there is, at least there was at one point, an app based on the board game Summoner War. Am I thinking of a different game? Because the one I was thinking of was like a war game where you place down cards in a grid and then you move the cards around to battle your opponent's army. Is that the one I'm thinking of? Mr. Master, we'd like to inform you about yesterday's investigation. Yes, thank you very much. Please go ahead. That's the one, there was an app for that a long time ago, actually, like years ago. It wasn't a very good app though, so they might have taken it down and made a new one. Master Jeff, it's almost like your spirit's gone. My sugar levels are low, so I might not seem like my usual energetic self. What's your master? Have anything that can give him his spirit and his glucose a boost? We do, probably. Let's save here. They completely remastered the game. It's great now. All right, I'll have to give it another look. I wasn't a big fan of the old app before, so hopefully the new app's better. I'll definitely take a look. All right, so can we present the candies? Oh, these chocolates. Are you giving them to me? Ah, those chocolates are... If possible, I would like to give them to you immediately. But it's against the rules to give anything to the suspects in the detention center. I see. Regrettably, if those are the rules, then there's nothing we can do about it. Are you sure there's no way we can give them to him? Detective Bad. Looks like he noticed what we're trying to ask of him. I'll inspect the chocolates, and if there are no problems, I'll think about it. Detective Bad, thank you very much. All right, I knew we could count on you, Detective Bad. I'm truly in your debt. Wait right here. Take it. Thank you very much. Not a word to anyone else. Would cause problems for me later. Yes, of course. I apologize for making you go through so much trouble. Now, I shall partake in eating these delicious delights at once. Sorry for asking you to do something so dangerous, Detective Bad. I only did what I wanted to do. Why can't you just be honest here, Detective? Oh, how sweet. It's like I've come back to life. Oh, did Kate make these chocolates? Yes, sir, I did. How does it taste? Oh, no, you don't. You can just tell us. You can just say they're good. Oh, God. No, he's... Hey, that's trademarked! Oh, God. Thank you for the tasty treat. Oh, they're a bit misshapen, but so sweet and delicious. Thank you. Jazz hands, baby! Where is that guard when you need him? Maybe we can get some matches in? Hell yeah. Where's the voice work for that? I draw the line at singing. Especially when I don't know the melody. The melody or the rhythm. There's no way. There's no way. Can't wait until the off-Broadway adaptation of this case. Wasn't there actually a Phoenix Wright musical at one point? I know there was a fan-made Phoenix Wright musical, and I know there was an official Phoenix Wright stage show in Japan. I'm not sure if there was an official musical, though. I am also a little misshapen, but... Oh, it's amazing relentlessly. Oh my God. I'm so glad that you enjoyed it. And above all, it helped you regain your spirit. Thank you for your concern. The food they serve here has been absolutely tasteless. and combined with a lack of sleep, I was thoroughly exhausted. Is the food here that bad? Just salt beef and stew, your average prison fare. That is odd. I really could not taste anything. Whatever. I'm about to head out to the crime scene. Please wait, Detective Bad. Can you give us any new information? Yeah, I think I can. We've identified the victim. Just as you said, Isaac Dover was a sculptor who worked in France. Seems he went by the name Pierre Hoquet. Isaac Dover was Pierre Hoquet? How could that be? Mr. Pierre Hoquet. So Pierre Hoquet wasn't actually French, huh? Don't stop doing that, Ray. God damn it. Which is likely why he never showed himself in public while he worked under that name. The Zodiac sculptures. They were his masterpieces, it seems. Although they will remain forever unfinished. Unfinished? Even though they were his masterpieces? Hey VK, good morning! How are you doing today, VK? How's your week been going? Hope all's been well. So he's in for plagiarism? He's gonna be now. Rooks, you own the DVD of the Phoenix Wright movie. How is it? I haven't seen that. I haven't seen the anime. I hope you're enjoying it there. It seems he worked on them by season. Once he finished the remaining winter constellations, his work would be done. Huh? The winter constellations are Taurus and Gemini, right? So those ice sculptures were his final pieces. It's heartbreaking that they melted. I cannot apologize enough. No, I wasn't blaming you or anything. Also, Dover was infamous for being greedy. He would charge hundreds of thousands just to make a single sculpture. Seemed like he always had money troubles. The murder might be related to that, but it's still under investigation. So he had money problems even though he was a famous artist? Do you know why he entered a dessert contest? Not yet. He kept it a secret, even from his family. I see. It's time. I'm bringing in the replacement guard. Can't hang around here any longer than I have. Pretty good. Hope you had a good week too. Very busy, but it was a good week. Thank you for asking, VK. I appreciate that. Pretty entertaining. It's good. Well, I liked it. That's important. As long as you enjoyed it, you know. Entertainment's just for entertainment at the base. Yes, I understand. Let's meet again later. That detective is a kind soul. Indeed. He never strays from his own beliefs. He truly has a strong will. But he's pretty scary when you first meet him. I see. Could you tell me everything that happened yesterday? Of course. Allow me to give you a report of our investigation. Off-screen recap! So that is what happened. I am sorry for the trouble Kate has caused you. I am truly very sorry. You have no need to worry, so long as you told the truth, Miss Hall. Mr. Master, would you mind if I asked you a few questions as well? Yes, I shall divulge all that I know. Alright. So now that he's sugared up, we can actually ask him some questions. Please tell us about the other 3 contestants in the final round of your contest. I said, as long as you told the truth! She is very suspicious. Let's see. Ms. Delicious Desserts had a fantastic design. However, she broke the rules, so I could not recognize her as the winner. Up until the semifinals, Mr. Gustavia's flavors and design were to my liking. Unfortunately, both the taste and appearance of his final entry left much to be desired. And There was something strange about his dessert in the semifinals. Something strange. Both Mr. Gustavia's and Mr. Dover's desserts had the exact same taste. They had different designs, but in terms of taste, it was like eating the same thing. What did they look like? There should be a picture of them in my mansion. Please, allow me to show you later. Certainly. Thank you very much. I don't think we've seen Gustavia's designs yet. I think that's the one we haven't seen. I mean, of course, we've only seen pictures of Dover's, but now that they're melted, that's all we're gonna get. And then there was Mr. Dover's sherbet sculptures. Oh, they were absolutely heavenly. Did you have a chance to taste his creations? If I recall correctly, his body was discovered in the middle of judging. Yes, but I was not informed of this until after the judging had finished. Since he was not present in the room, I helped myself to a piece of his edible lyre. It was fantastically delicious. I was so moved I broke into song. Oh, wait a moment, please. Did you say the lyre was delicious? Could you please give us a little more detail about that? Because you remember, Delicia tried the lyre and she couldn't finish it because she thought it was too salty. But he's saying he really enjoyed it. You ate the lyre from the sculpture in Mr. Dover's room, correct? Yes, the one that was in the same glass case as the Gemini sculpture. Please have a look at this picture, Mr. Master. Did you eat from this lyre that's missing the strings? Yes, that lyre originally had strings. However, I ate them all, resulting in what you see here in this picture. The strings of the lyre were missing because he ate them. Actually, Delicia ate a part of the same lyre that you did. However, she said it was so salty that she could not eat it. You don't say. That means it might be a problem with my sense of taste after all. Problem with your sense of taste? How so? There is a taste disorder called hypogazia, in which you lose the ability to taste salt. Perhaps I've contracted this illness. I just never realized it since I eat nothing but sweets. Nothing but sweets? Dude, that is not healthy. Although this dude is, you know, built like an action hero, so I can't really complain. However, I know now with certainty. So that's why you couldn't tell why the food they served here tasted like. No! For a pastry chef to lose their sense of taste is fatal. Even if there is a treatment for taste impairment, there isn't a cure for it yet. But it's probably best that you let the police know so you can receive a medical examination. No, that won't be necessary. There is a recipe in my mansion specifically for making the cure. I'm sorry, you already have formulated the cure to this thing that Edgeworth just said there's no cure for? The hell is this guy? Dude's anime as fuck. That sounds like a balanced diet. I mean, carrot cake is a vegetable, right? I mean, a lot of the carrot cake I've had actually does have carrot shavings in it, so... I mean, technically there's some veggies in there. That counts. Yeah, amazing physique for somebody who only eats sweets. Maybe he's got candy-flavored steroids. Just roiding out. Must have an amazing set of control undergarments. Maybe he shops at the same place the president of Zhongfa does. What a coincidence. Yes, please look for it later when you return to the mansion. Monsieur Master, but that means revealing the... Kate, we should no longer conceal it from Mr. Gregory. Oh, no longer conceal it! Well, thanks for concealing it through the first part of the investigation in which you were accused of murder, you moron! What is it with Phoenix Wright suspects and just be like, I had some exculpatory evidence, but I decided not to tell you. It was a little embarrassing. We're trying to keep you out of prison, my dude! Oh my god. Yes, sir, I understand, if that is what you wish. Kate, you appear to be river dancing again. A recipe for a special drug. Just what are they hiding? like everyone else was lying. It just looked so fun. I wanted to try it out myself. Oh, it's ever so delightful. Well then, I must be returning to the mansion now, so I will take my leave. Yes, we'll be heading there later as well. Kate. What is it, Monsieur Master? You should not live for my sake. You should reconsider your lifestyle so that you can live by yourself, even if I were no longer around. Please do not say things like that. I simply cannot live without you, Monsieur Master. I promise to wait for you until you return. Excuse me. Ah, Kate! Catherine. Master Jeff, Kate was crying. Why did you say something so cruel? I am worried about her. Catherine always puts me before herself. What do you mean? She collects Pierre Hoquet's works and makes sweets. All to make me happy, nothing more. That is the only reason she does anything. She always puts aside her own preferences and things that she wants to do herself. I want Catherine to choose to live her own life. I do not want her to waste her valuable life because of me. Is that so? Thinks of Ms. Hall as his own daughter. He would want his children to choose their own paths in life. And a parent would do anything to protect their own children. That feeling, I also know it well. Well, that should do it for the questions. We must return to the scene of the crime. Ah, it is already time to leave, I see. So, will my tribulations of questioning resume? Yeah, we should take measures against their interrogations from our side as well. Can you ask the police about that? I can, but I have other ways in mind as well. When the time comes... Oh ho! You're a dependable man. I shall be counting on you. Master Jeff! We'll come here every day with reports of our progress. And we'll bring Kate too. Yes. Thank you very much. I should be looking forward to it. Mr. Master, know that the police will be attempting to get you to confess. Sorry to ask an innocent soul like yourself to bear with these painful experiences. Please, hold on for now. If you confess, I am positive that Von Karma will use that to his advantage. And that'll make helping you all that much more difficult. I understand. I shall do my best. You believe in me until the bitter end, I will definitely get you out of here. So here's the concerning thing. We don't know specifically how this case ended, but we do know that at the end of Von Karma's career, he was still undefeated. So that means Von Karma put somebody away for this crime. And Masters is the only person we haven't seen around, so... I'm assuming Edgeworth's dad lost and Masters went to prison, even though we're pretty certain that Masters didn't do it. That's going to be interesting. Let's see, this case will make you want to make macaroons? Any excuse to make macaroons. I say go for it. December 25th, 11:03 a.m., contest venue, Fountain Patio. Detective Bad, thank you for helping us earlier. Yes, thank you! Thanks for what? There's no need to be shy about it. Enough about that. I suppose you intend to investigate today, too? Of course. We still need more information to prove Mr. Master's innocence. Sorry, but apart from this patio, you're not allowed to investigate anywhere else. What? So you're saying we can't investigate? I'm guessing this is Von Karma's doing. Yeah. Von Karma's a bit on edge at the moment. He still hasn't received the autopsy report. Moreover, the only ones in this mansion are Miss Hall and the police. So don't get your hopes up on speaking with the people connected to this case. Von Karma's being completely unreasonable. He's gone too far. Detective Bad, what do you intend to do? I promised I'd do anything I can to assist you. You have my thanks. You won't let any of Von Karma's dirty tricks get the best of us. Detective Bad, is it alright if we investigate the fountain patio? Yes, but we've already finished checking everything, except for the fountain. That's fine. As long as there is still something, I shall continue investigating. Alright, so it sounds like the fountain's the only thing of interest, so we're going to check everything else, then we'll get around to that last. They never come out identical or necessarily even pretty, but they taste good. Like, it's nice if they look pretty, but like, honestly, taste is the final thing, you know? As long as they taste good, that's fine, I think. Let's see, I know in the Great British Bake Off, fates have been made or broken by the macaroons. That and cakes with soggy bottoms, I hear. Alright, we'll go ahead and save here. Oh, you like Great British Bake Off? Excellent. I haven't really seen more than a few minutes of it. Seems these musical instruments were used in Piece of Cake. Of course, these probably aren't made of candy. Detective Bad looks somewhat disappointed. I mean, they look like cakes at least, which is super cute. Also, it looks like the drum says Tenkai? I'm not sure why, though. You don't want a soggy bottom with the Great British Bake Off. They're always looking for that. Oh, you've watched all the seasons that are on TV over here. That's awesome. There's a lot of them, I've heard. You like it when they aren't cutthroat like American shows? It's so weird, the difference. Like, Kitchen Nightmares, that Gordon Ramsay show, there's a British version and there's an American version. And in the American version, he's a huge asshole. And he said that's because the producers tell him to do that. And in the British version, a lot of times he's super nice, which is really cool. Like, I like that. Also, like, Gordon Ramsay has said repeatedly, the reason he's such a jerk on the show is because American producers kept telling him that's what they want him to be. He's got some videos on YouTube where he talks about, like, knife techniques, and he's super chill. It's really nice. Yeah, I can't watch the American version of Kitchen Nightmares, but the British version, I like it a lot. It's so good. Let's see, I remember there was one contestant that had macaroons dead on, so would come up with excuses to put them in their bakes. Wow, what a show off. Alright, that's just another music. I wasn't sure if the piano would count with the musical instruments, but apparently, the figure of Santa Claus. I suppose it's also made of candy. Behind that door, his master's room. Is Santa. It's probably another one of his works. Santa, huh? Wonder if I should get my son for Christmas this year. I think he said he wanted an attorney's badge. Wonder if I could ask Mr. Master to make him one out of candy. He wouldn't like that. He wants a real one, because that's how he'd do. Kirby plushies and merch we get in America are... Yeah, it's true. I forgot about that. Like, it's all the game covers, too. All the American Kirby game covers have Kirby looking angry, and all the Japanese ones, he looks cute and happy. I prefer the Japanese ones most of the time. Oh, Pac-Man 2, The New Adventures had a different cover as well? I actually had that back in the day. That is a wild game. Investigation is underway. Only authorized personnel beyond this point. Aren't I authorized personnel? Sorry, authorized personnel are prohibited too. I guess that means no one can enter. Are these Von Karma's orders? Can't stand that guy. Keep subjecting people to that game, I love it. Oh my, it's so weird. There is nothing else like that game out there. It's wild. I truly have never played a game like it. It's a very difficult game, but it's interesting. I think everyone should play it at least once. Any chance of a Sheen playthrough? Possibly. I've never actually done any Super Nintendo games on stream before, but like I said, I literally do own a copy of it, so that would be pretty cool. It can be a very frustrating game, though. Maybe that could be a charity redemption game someday. Yeah, I've seen that clip on TikTok relentlessly. Started to make it, had a breakdown. Bon appetit. That is, oh my god, that's me on dinner half the Friday nights. What game are we talking about? Pac-Man 2, The New Adventures for Super Nintendo. I believe there was a Genesis version as well. I had that when I was a kid. Super weird game. Super, super weird. This leads to Gustavia's room. There's a reindeer by the door. According to the nameplate, it's made entirely of candy. Such splendid antlers. Very manly. But a male reindeer's antlers fall off during the winter. So this must be a female. You lawyers. Always giving out useless information. What does that have to do with being a lawyer? He's got some biases, is all. Rain, thank you so much for the link right there. I appreciate that. Truly, to this day, Velkos, I have never played a game like it. It's so weird. That's the one, Groshin. That's the one. What an amazing trophy. Probably Master's, world's greatest pastry chef, huh? It's also made out of candy. Doesn't seem like it would last very long. Honor and glory don't last long. I think that's the lesson here. I don't think it's quite as deep as that. Where does this elevator go? The second floor. Master and Hall's quarters. Apparently, on their days off, Master makes candy and holds tea parties upstairs. But if it's a nice day, they probably have it in the garden or something. That sounds nice. I'd like an invite when the case is over. Would you like to come too, Detective Bad? Wasting your breath. I don't fraternize with attorneys. You're literally doing it right now. I suppose we're on the job, though. Excuse me. The sprite sheets for that game are glorious. Yeah, the devs thought of everything. Like, I've played that game so many times, and I'm sure I've only scratched the surface of what you can do in that game. It's insane. Like, every time you play it, you find something new, and usually hysterical. Many of the trophies Master has received are placed here. Besides dessert contests, there are also awards for his charity work. An evident display of both his skill and character. This trophy is recognized the TV program Piece of Cake for giving children hopes and dreams. Hopes and dreams. Now I want to see it too. This leads to Delicious Room. The snowman here is rather eye-catching. It's made from powdered sugar. The entire snowman is made from powdered sugar? Wouldn't like a gentle breeze just push the thing over? That's a little terrifying. Oh, I heard about that one. I haven't seen it, but yeah, apparently no one in the Great British Bake Off, contestants or judges, have the slightest idea how to pronounce guacamole. Guacamole! I like how they're like, let's use this for an ingredient, but also, let's do no research whatsoever. Here's this weird green shit from overseas. Put it in all your recipes. Oh, powdered sugar, huh? Staring at it quite intently. Hope he's not thinking of sneaking a taste. I don't know, I've had like pure powdered sugar, and like, you can't just eat powdered sugar. It'll kind of wreck you. It's too sweet. Sean, that emote combo, oh my god. It's so good. It's a Christmas tree made of table sugar. The tree is made entirely out of sugar. Thanks to these decorations, this place is on red alert. If even a single ant made it inside, it would be terrible. Oh yeah, that would be apocalyptic, holy shit. Me, would I have sugar? Indeed, if ants got in here, it would be disastrous. It would be like a horror movie, holy shit. Owner of the works in each room is written on the notice board. On the left, Mr. Master, Mr. Gustavia, Ms. Delicia, and Mr. Dover. Incidentally, it would seem the board is also made of candy. They plan to eat all this stuff when the contest is over? How could you eat all of this? This is like a ton or two of candy, like literal tons. Pro tip, if you ever need powdered sugar and you just have plain sugar, do not put it in a Burr coffee grinder. Also, I will not say why I know this is a bad idea. I think I heard you can make powdered sugar with like granulated sugar and a pestle and mortar? I could be imagining that though. Let's see, it's really amazing they don't have ants because this is exactly how you get ants 100%. 100%. Yeah, like imagine it was like hot. They must have incredible AC systems in here, holy shit. Pestle and mortar are probably fine if you have infinite time. Yeah, it's true, that would take a long time to make like most cakes needed more powdered sugar than you could make quickly with a mortar and pestle, it's true. What are you investigating exactly? Sir, I'm testing the water in the fountain for foreign matter, sir. Have you found anything? It seems there's both chocolate and sherbet mixed into the fountain water. It matches the chocolate from Jeff Masters' room and the sherbet that melted in Isaac Dover's room. They all share the same composition. Fountain water circulates through the streams that flow from each of the 4 rooms. Perhaps the melted sherbet flowed into the fountain. Also, someone's blood was detected as well. What are you saying? How could there have been blood in the fountain? Detective Bad, please think back to our investigation of the crime scene. Detective Bad, please look at the crime scene carefully once more. The blood stain that should have remained at the crime scene has disappeared. I definitely didn't get any reports about the blood stain being cleaned up. The blood disappeared from the crime scene. Also, part of the treasure chest was missing too. Perhaps the blood in the fountain belongs to this person. The victim? Just throwing out a guess there. Maybe it's the guy that was murdered and was bleeding everywhere? Possibly? Just a guess, you know. Let's see. Relentlessly thought about trying to learn to temper chocolate, but I'm intimidated by it. It's not like complicated, but it's delicate. It's finicky, is what it is. Like, oh yeah, if you have a sous vide circulator, that'd probably get the temperature just right. I don't know, I feel like it's one of those things that's probably worthwhile because, like, what's the worst that could happen? You have chocolate sauce? Oh no! You know, even if your chocolate doesn't temper correctly, you have made chocolate. So like the worst case scenario is delicious. Yeah, not a bad problem to have, not at all. The victim. Let's run a comparison with the blood on the murder weapon. I'm sorry, is that the blood machine noise? Is that what we're going with there? The worst case scenario is grainy chocolate, which is not great, but also not completely horrible. Like, even if it comes out grainy, couldn't you melt it down and try again? Or am I mistaking how that works? It's a match. The blood in the fountain is Dover's. Wonder why the criminal spilled the victim's blood into the fountain. That is awfully odd. I'm not sure. I suppose we don't know where he was killed. So that could be a clue towards it, possibly. It's also just awful trying to learn new things because I get mad when I don't master something straight away. That is a big hill to get over. I definitely understand. Like, it can be frustrating when you put a lot of work into like that first attempt and it just isn't perfect. And you're like, well, I learned all these things. I put all this effort in. It's definitely sort of a habit you got to cultivate, and it's not easy. I get that 100%. And see, Valko's Shane, after watching what little I did, I can already tell that game is filled with WTFs. Oh my god, it's so weird. If there is a game that belongs on this stream, it's definitely that one. It's true. It's true. It's kind of like making caramel and having it crystallize. There's not really a reversal point. Gotcha. I wasn't aware of that. Thank you for letting me know. Alright, so we'll go ahead and save after that now. Actively trying to learn, but it's a slow process. That's totally fair. But that's part of the learning process as well. It's getting used to things taking however long they take. I think as long as you get to the end point there, and as long as it's not your job, and you really don't want your hobby to be your job, it's you don't need to rush. I don't think. At least that's what I think anyway. I just want to be good at things always. That's too much to ask. It's fair. It's relatable. I'll put it that way. These angel statues look like they're eating chocolate fondue. It would seem these angel statues are also Pierre Hoquet's works. As expected, they're very well made. Looks just like the real thing. So, you've seen a real angel before, Detective Bad. Defense attorneys. Always the first to find fault with everything. Perhaps that was wrong of me. Sorry, I have to blow my nose again. I'll be right back, folks. Alright, sorry about that. Let's see. I think we've seen everything in the room now. Let's see if we can talk to her again, see if she's got anything new to say. Miss Hall, I've come to investigate today. Ah, Monsieur Edgeworth. I apologize for my disgraceful behavior earlier. Kate, she still looks a bit down. Master said earlier it must have been a real shock to her. I've prepared the photo I took of the desserts during the semifinals. Please, take a look. Ooh. Wow, Delicious Cake is so cute! Monsieur Master also praised the design of Delicious' work very highly. Monsieur Gustavia and Dover's works gained high praise for both taste and design, but Monsieur Master said it felt like he was eating the exact same thing twice. I do notice the ones on the side have those flowers that look very similar, and the red flowing parts look the same on both too. I suppose if I wanted to stretch a little bit, the color of the unicorn looks a bit like the color of the rock too. Oh, you can see at the bottom there's like those grapes are the same there too, so it's like the base is the same. It's really odd. But it seems that their desserts had completely different tastes for the finals. Was there anything else that was different between the finals and the semifinals? It's nothing major, but there was something. During the contest, Monsieur Gustavia's son always came to see him, but There's no sign of him at the finals. His son came to visit. I wonder if there's any significance behind that. Would you mind leaving this photo with me? Certainly. Anything to aid in the investigation? Alright. So Gustavia's and Dover's desserts had different designs but tasted exactly the same. They did have similar designs though, you gotta admit that. Let's see. I just looked out my window and why is it snowing on April 19th? Excellent question. You have the same? So I believe I may have cursed everything. Here's the thing. 3 years ago, I remember this very clearly. Around February, I think it was very cold. And I was talking with my boss at the time about how very, very cold it was. And I say to my boss, I'm like, it's crazy how cold it is this late in the year. If it keeps up like this, it's gonna be snowing on tax day, which is April 15th. And I said that because I'm like, that would be so crazy. Can you imagine how insane it would be if it snowed on tax day? It snowed on tax day that year, and the next year, and this year. So how crazy is that? How crazy is that? Oh, what are the odds that it would just I might need to be stopped. I'd like to apologize for the climate change that I have apparently caused. I think Mother Nature is just letting you know that Texas and the US is bullshit, but it always has been. Why did it always start when I spoke up? John with an exact photo of me wielding my bizarre arcane powers? So apparently that's what I can do, is I can resurrect dead game franchises, and also I can make winter last too long. Two powers. And here's the recipe book that contains the special drug for curing taste disorders. Oh, the Angel's recipe. This is the one that was in the frame yesterday. And the one that was supposed to be the prize for the entire competition. The cover looks familiar. Wasn't this framed in Master's room? Since it's also the prize for the contest, we put it out on display. Huh? So the contest prize Angel's recipe? Was it just a recipe for desserts? That's right. We've informed the participants, but it seems you all don't know yet. So the participants knew about the true contents of the Angel's recipe. Interesting. Ms. Hall, please tell me all you know about the Angel's recipe. Alright, save here too, and then we'll find out what she knows, because I'm very curious about this now. Why did the Master Chocolatier have a cure for taste disorders that apparently nobody else has? Including, I don't know, medical science? Well, the Angel's recipe contains the formula for the drug. Yes, it's a recipe book for new drugs that haven't been released to the public yet. Why does the singing TV show Chocolatier have this? What the fuck? I have so many questions about the logistics, the legality, the ethics. Recipe book for drugs. I'm gonna keep going. Maybe there's answers. I gotta hope. If sold to a pharmaceutical company, I'm sure it would fetch a substantial price. Yes! Yes, it would. How did he get it again? Is this game trying to say that he was so very good at chocolate that he just started making chocolate that cures diseases? I have seen some very weird shit in the Phoenix Wright series. This is the top. This is the very top of the heap. Nothing is weirder than this. This is the weirdest, and it's killing me. Want to get your hands on this shit? Seriously, give me some of that. Delicious, delicious drugs. Actually, hang on a second. That might actually be a plot point. Didn't Delicia in the present said that she's the pharmacist who makes delicious drugs? Did she get her hand on the angel recipe somehow? Ingredients: LSD. Cooking ingredients: put LSD in mouse. Close mouth. Wait 30 minutes. Cortexiphan. Homemade Cortexiphan. Why is something like that a prize in the contest? Monsieur Master is the only heir to the chairman of the Master Group. Master Group? The name sounds familiar. They're a pharmaceutical company who deal in a wide range of products. Ah! They became big news recently with the release of Cold Killer X. I often use the Cold Killer products. But I've never once seen you with a cold. Wait, hang on. Hang on a second. Was there an implication there? Were you, I'm just, hang on a second. So, we always see him with cold medicine, but he never has a cold. Are we thinking he might be doing something else with the cold medicine? Is that, I'm sorry, does he have a garage full of Sudafed? And possibly a bit of a lab going on? Is that the implication? I'm just trying to understand what he's saying here. That's all I'm looking for. Want to cook? Senzoba, welcome in. Objection overruled. Clearly, he's not just a defense attorney as a career, as a hobby. He's a drug baron. Or maybe he only does it for his personal enrichment. I don't want to assume. Did Mr. Master not want to follow in his parents' footsteps? Mr. Master wanted to bring joy to people with his desserts. His parents also wanted him to become a great pastry chef and supported him. When his parents died, the recipe book was left to him as his inheritance. Why would he give away a memento of his parents as a prize in the contest? There were always people who were after it, something which troubled Monsieur Master. But just giving away the memento would have been disrespectful to his parents. Oh yeah, you don't want to just give away the cures to a bunch of diseases. No. You know, mom and dad wouldn't like that, being big pharma drug barons. No. It's gotta be profit. Nobody gets cured for free. Gotta carry on mom and dad's legacy. We're never gonna get through this scene. It's never gonna happen. This is where we live now. Welcome into hour 1 of 375 of me trying to get through this conversation. Luna, welcome in. How are you doing today, Luna? Hope you're doing well. Better Call Saul. Oh my god. So, he decided to pass it over to someone he acknowledged. And a member of the Masters Group. Approved of that? Information about new drugs being passed on to outsiders? Not just outsiders, pastry chefs. You're giving untested drugs to pastry chefs. Of course they objected. That's why Delicia participated in the contest. On the order of the Master Group, she was requested to win the championship. You knew Delicia's true identity from the start? Yes. In order for her to win, I told her Monsieur Master's tastes and preferences. Oh shit! You tried to rig the competition! We asked last time I streamed, I said, how could Delicia, someone who doesn't know how to make desserts, have gotten all the way to finals? Because she had help. She had help. All right, now we're putting it together. Why did you help her? I helped her in order to protect Monsieur Master and the Master Group. If the drug recipes were given to another company, you would be reprimanded by the board. I wanted to return the recipes to the company in a way that Monsieur Master would accept. So it was due to Ms. Hall's help that Delicia was able to reach the finals. Speaking of which, Mr. Dover wasn't a pastry chef either. He sure did well to make it to the finals, considering he's just a sculptor. Sculptor, not sculpture, sorry. Yes, for him to be able to make such fine desserts, despite being a sculptor. The sherbet sculptures that he made for the finals, clear to see he has great talent, but could he really have made it by himself? I'm starting to formulate an idea for him too, but we'll see how that goes. That is all I know. Is there anything else I can do to help? Save Mr. Master. She's trying to help as much as she can. Maybe perhaps have some more of that tea from yesterday, please, Ms. Hall. I'm sure that would help us get on with the investigation. Yeah, I'd like some of Kate's tea too. Right, understood. I'll be back in a minute. Kate looks better now. Alright. Done with the investigation then. We've gathered information about all the contestants. Yet we still haven't heard Gustavia's side of the story. That reminds me. Why did you enter Mr. Dover's room, Mr. Gustavia? Ah, well that was because... Silence, Ignoramus! You are not to give that attorney the tiniest hint of information! What exactly was he doing in Mr. Dover's room? And moreover, something is odd about his semi-final entry. Pastry chef bad at design, and a sculptor skilled only at designing. Would have been extremely difficult for either of them to win the contest alone. Could it be that Mr. Gustavia and Mr. Dover's connection is... collusion? I think it is. Detective Bad. We have reason to suspect the actions of Dame Gustavia. Yeah. It is imperative that we find a way to contact him at once. Oh, who's this now? Oh, good! And by oh good, I mean oh very bad. However, I cannot allow you to speak with Mr. Gustavia. On Karma. I have already conducted my interrogation of him. It is not necessary for him to speak any further, especially to a mere defense attorney. Tisk, tisk, tisk. But I will answer your questions in that fool's place. Seems Von Karma intends to prevent me from meeting Gustavia in person. Objection! They were colluding with evil. I understand. In that case, I have but one thing to ask you. Yes? I would like to know the relationship between Mr. Gustavia and Mr. Dover. Gustavia and Dover's relationship? It's obvious the only relationship they had was that they happened to participate in the same contest. That's it? There is nothing more to say. What? How are we supposed to understand anything from so little? I want Von Karma to divulge the truth. We have no choice but to present evidence. All too obvious that he's hiding something. Well, there's not a lot to work with here, so that actually narrows things down a little bit for us. So let's save here. And then let's present the odd coincidence of the flavor of their desserts, which we didn't get to see truly full screen before. So you can see their names down here. Their names were getting blocked by the text before. So the unicorn was from the sculptor, Isaac. And the phoenix, I suppose, was from Dame Gustavia. Time to kick his royal butt! He so deserves it. Objection. Prosecutor Von Karma, I'd like you to look at these desserts. The desserts were made for the contest semifinals. Don't you think these two have a particularly impressive design? Just what are you getting at? These two desserts were made by Mr. Gustavia and Mr. Dover. I wouldn't exactly call Mr. Gustavia's design skills praiseworthy. Yet, for the semi-finals, he was able to produce something comparable to Mr. Dover's. Furthermore, these two desserts have the exact same flavor. What are you trying to say? I'm saying it's possible they collaborated with each other on their entries. Phoenix? Right. Prosecutor Von Karma, please take a closer look at their desserts. At first glance, they may look completely different. But even though the designs differ, it's clear they were made from the same material. Is that so? The same flavor and composition. Impossible to dismiss their similarity as coincidence. The very existence of these two desserts points to a link between Mr. Gustavia and Mr. Dover. Since you already know this much, I'll tell you the truth. Oh, now you'll tell me the truth. Not before, but now. Von Karma know about their collaboration? However, what I am about to say is not going to help your case at all. Round 2. If you want to know about Gustavia and Dover's connection so badly, I'll tell you. Last night, when I interrogated Gustavia, he told me about his connection with Dover. Until the day before the finals, they worked on their desserts together. You knew about their cooperation all this time, didn't you? Why would you conceal the truth? I would appreciate it if you didn't sully my reputation. Oh, you do that yourself, enough. I don't even need to jump in there. Until I explain my points in court, I avoid giving away unnecessary details. I was merely saving you time. How can he act like this and keep the truth from us? His concealment of the truth. Something I simply cannot ignore. Alright, so we're probably going to need to press him on this one and see if we can find anything else out. Why would you conceal the truth? Because I'm a humongous ass! Alright, so if you want to know about Gustavia and Dover's connection so badly, I'll tell you. Last night when I interrogated Gustavia, he told me about the connection with Dover. Until the day before the finals, they worked on their desserts together. Why do you think Mr. Gustavia and Mr. Dover collaborated? Why? Because Gustavia had poor design sense, and Dover was a novice at baking. Without the help of each other, they would never have made it through a single round. If so, what was their mutual goal? Why cooperate until the finals? The finals will be fought in our own merits, Gustavia said, and he ended their collaboration. Gustavia's goal was to obtain the title of the world's greatest pastry chef. His pride as a pastry chef won out in the end. Victory in the finals would certainly have been hollow had he cheated. He believed that their cooperation went only as far as the semifinals. I mean, they couldn't both win, and realistically, they couldn't both split the prize. But what if it really continued through the finals? Prosecutor Von Karma, could you explain their cooperation in a little more detail? Very well. So because Gustavia had poor design sense and Dover was a novice baker. Concerning your statement about Mr. Gustavia's designs, I have no objection to that. I have no objections either. He's got no sense of style. When I saw him attempting to fashion my likeness with candy, just thinking about it disgusts me. I actually liked his candy crafting though. Like, his technique's impressive, but yeah, he's not very good at sculpting. A novice pastry chef and one with no sense of design. It's only natural such pathetic specimens would associate with each other. Let's see. So their cooperation lasted only through the semifinals. For the finals, they were on their own. They cooperated the day before, but not the day itself. It seems highly unnatural, don't you think? What I'm saying is only the truth. How unnatural it is matters not. But weren't you unnaturally concealing that very same truth just a minute ago? Must have been a reason he hid this fact from us. Mr. Master said that Mr. Dover was the favorite to win the finals. Which means he must have still been cooperating with Mr. Gustavi at the time, right? Yes, that is what I believe. Must have evidence that proves that they still cooperated during the finals. Alright, let's see what we got. What do we got as far as evidence? Let's start at the end here. There's a semifinals design. See, Dover's sherbet was for the most part delicious, but the Lyre part was very salty. That could be a clue there. Let's see. Don't think we have anything else. Well, it's gotta be there, right? That's what I'm thinking. Objection. I love the straightening his tie for dramatic effect. You say that Mr. Gustavia and Mr. Dover did not collaborate during the finals. That's strange. Alicia testified that Dover's sherbet was most delicious. Being a novice chef, I doubt he could have done all that by himself. Perhaps the two of them cooperated during the finals as well. Defense attorney, how many times do I have to tell you? Delicious scone's subjective opinion cannot be admitted as evidence. There is still a chance that a novice chef could make something tasty. My wife is an amateur, yet her cooking rivals that of world-class chefs. How is that not a subjective opinion? Moreover, even if you take this pharmacist's testimony to be true, it changes nothing. She also mentions that a part of his sherbet was very salty, which means you can hardly call his entry for the finals perfect. Tisk, tisk, tisk. What? No more objections? No way I can prove their collaboration? Save here. Let's see. Hey, Follows! Just got back from a 36-hour round-trip road trip. Oh my god, Follows. Hope you're doing okay, number one. And number two, if you need to get some rest, please go. Why would anyone marry this man? These are the questions. These are the questions. Safety, save me. Safety, save me. Mr. Edgeworth? There's something that's been bugging me. What is it? The desserts Mr. Dover made for the finals would have taken a long time to make, right? Indeed. They were frozen sculptures, after all. How would he have had the time to sculpt it after it was frozen? Let alone help Mr. Gustavia with his design as well. The way I see it, just waiting for the sherbet to freeze would have used up all his time. Just how is he able to make those sherbet sculptures? Raymond, you may have a promising future after all. I think you liked that. Thanks to you. And stop eating the paper, god damn it. Thanks to you, I have noticed one more possibility. That's right. Mr. Dover's sherbet needed time to freeze properly. And the contest's time limit would not have been enough. The method Mr. Dover used to make his sherbet within the time limit was... Too much fiber! Oh, he must have the weirdest poops. Again, not a thing I thought I'd ever say on the stream, but oh man, they must be weird. Follows, get some rest. If the sherbet was prepared in advance, all he'd need to do is sculpt it. You, just what are you mumbling about? Please excuse me. I finally realized. Rin, thank you so much for the quote there. Poop, baby. Paper poops. Your earlier view was correct. Huh? Mr. Edgeworth? What are you doing? Oh, so you're finally admitting defeat. No. All I am admitting to is the truth of one of your statements. Dover and Gustavia's collaboration lasted only until the day before the finals. It is exactly as you said. They only cooperated until the day before the finals. Yeah, Von Karma's like, yes, that's exactly what I said. Why do I feel fear? The sculptures in Mr. Dover's room were all made out of sherbet. Such an amount would most likely need to be left overnight to freeze. Which means Mr. Gustavia prepared Mr. Dover's sherbet in advance the day before. That's right. So you realize Gustavia's collaboration ended the day before the finals. Then why did Mr. Dover not help Mr. Gustavia in return? The views of the dead are of no concern to me. If you aren't going to answer that, I'll need to get in touch with Mr. Gustavia himself. Or was your interrogation not quite as thorough as you claim? You ingrate! You dare mock me! That was not my intention, but I do have a problem with your attitude. I want you to give us a clear reason why we can't speak to Mr. Gustavia in person. Clear reason? Gustavia and Dover's collaboration has no bearing on this case. You claim their collaboration is irrelevant. If Mr. Gustavia and Mr. Dover's relationship has turned sour, it could serve as a motive for murder. You're saying that Gustavia and Dover's collaboration was linked to the motive for the murder? If that were the case, why did he not conceal it? After all, we found out about this collaboration from Gustavia himself. If you really are a lawyer, show us evidence that gives us reason to suspect Gustavia. Only one of Mr. Gustavia's actions has been suspicious so far. We're gonna safety save. There we go. You know, strange poops really melt my sherbet. Make it happen! Make it happen! Doubtless Von Karma already knows of this fact. This could be a trap by Von Karma. What's wrong, defense attorney? Not going to answer? What? I mustn't back down now. Mr. Gustavia sneaked into Mr. Dover's room. His reasons for this are currently unclear. But the very fact that he secretly entered the victim's room is reason enough to suspect him. Tisk, tisk, tisk. If that's the extent of it, I can dispel those doubts. I knew it. Was it a trap after all? I was intending to save this for the courtroom, but I'll make a special exception. We wouldn't want to prolong the trial with unnecessary information, would we? Take a look at this. This is a photo of Gustavia and Dover, and their sons. Gustavia entered Dover's room in order to steal this photo. Steal the photo? It seems their sons attended the same elementary school. Oh, we got some crunch? Thank you for letting me know. Go ahead and mute it for a little bit. And Suki0, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. We'll just give it a minute and it should clear up in just a second. I'm interested to see where this is going. But, I assume this is going to be trouble for us. Stop trying to make you really melt my sherbet happen. It really melts my sherbet. Oh my goodness. This has been a very complex case, but I like how all of the different segments of this case have had a very narrow focus. There hasn't been a part in this case where we have just this vast swath of things we have to solve. It's always just sort of one mystery at a time. And I've really enjoyed that. I think this case has been very well structured. I can definitely see why people like this game so much. You know what really melts my sherbet? Crunch. Same here. It's infuriating. Alright, let's see if it sounds good now. How's that? Sound good? Thumbs up? Thumbs down? Sounds good? Excellent, excellent. Seems their sons attended the same elementary school. Apparently, he thought that he'd be suspected if people found out that he and Dover were acquaintances. Yes, just like you're doing now. There is nothing suspicious about Gustavia's actions. No further room for argument. Still adamant on not letting us meet with Mr. Gustavia. I have an investigation to return to. I have no more time to waste on the likes of you. Curse that Von Karma, calling us a waste of time. What should we do, Mr. Edgeworth? At this rate, Master Jeff will be... Von Karma is busy? Of course. Why would he be so busy? Both the body and the murder weapon have been found, and he already has a suspect. The police should have more than enough evidence to prove Mr. Master's guilt. If that's the case, then why is Von Karma still investigating the crime scene? Mr. Edgeworth? Is there something wrong? It seems I've been overlooking a matter of vital importance. Considering that he already has the evidence he needs to convict Mr. Master, I feel that Von Karma isn't as composed as he should be. He didn't even tell Detective Bad the full results of the investigation. Stop eating the paper! God damn it! Yeah, Von Karma's a bit on edge at the moment. He still hasn't received the autopsy report. Interesting. Furthermore, something vanished from the crime scene, and we still don't know why. Detective Bad, please look at the crime scene carefully once more. The blood stain that should have remained at the crime scene has disappeared. I definitely didn't get any reports about the blood stain being cleaned up. But the strangest thing we found wasn't in Mr. Master's room at all. It's a match. The blood in the fountain is Dover's. Yeah, you would think paper cuts would be a concern as well. On the way out, hopefully not, because hopefully he digests some of it, I hope. We did establish that he probably has weird poops, though. Mr. Dover's blood vanished from Mr. Master's room. It somehow found its way into the fountain. What does this mean? Alright. So the blood stain disappeared. The water was found in the fountain. And we know that the water circulates between all of the rooms right here. Oh, paper cuts are the worst. I have been... This is such a first world problem to have. I apologize. You can all make fun of me if you'd like. But I've been eating a lot of dishes recently that have grated cheese in them. And I've been grating my own because apparently I'm that kind of person now. And pretty much every time I make it, I cut myself on the grater. So I've had these tiny but very deep cuts on my hands just like once a week. And it's very brutal. You guys must deal with some crazy resilient paper. There's some tough paper out there. There are such a thing as cut-proof gloves, it's true. But I want to tell myself that I'm just going to figure out how not to get cut. I don't think that's actually true, though. Gaia Shield, you get them almost daily due to working with them? Oh, no. They're so brutal, they really are. It is always better to grate your own, it's true, it's true. It's very nice. You've been eating food? I'm so sorry I didn't tell you earlier, follows. I know this must be shocking. Also, please don't add human to your recipes. I keep being told in Britain there's a thing called blood sausage. I guess I'm just reinventing the wheel there. The main problem with pre-grated cheese is they typically have what's called a caking agent on them to keep the cheese from melting together inside of the bag. And if you're using shredded cheese, a lot of times you want it to melt, but that caking agent is going to keep it from melting in the way you want it to. So if you shred your own cheese, then it's going to melt a lot better than store-bought shredded cheese. True fact, true fact. I've only used them a handful of times. Favorite cheese? I haven't tried a lot of cheeses yet, so I'm still kind of a basic bitch when it comes to cheese. I will tell you, I mentioned this last week, I've discovered a recipe for stovetop mac and cheese. And the recipe that I like best so far to put into that is white cheddar, Monterey Jack, and then some American for melting. And that combination is incredible, absolutely spectacular. I don't think I've actually tried smoked Gouda yet, but I've heard it's good. I'd definitely like to try that at some point. Although the victim's blood wasn't found in Mr. Master's room, it was detected in the water fountain. There would be no need for the killer to conceal the bloodstains after the body was found. It's unnatural that only the bloodstains that were found with the body disappeared. Unless the body was moved, blood would have still remained on the chocolate. Don't tell me. Someone removed the body and then erased the bloodstains? Well, that's suspicious. So a day after the report, we still don't have the autopsy, which is weird. But also it seems like somebody moved the body after it was discovered. There's not a lot of people that could have pulled that off. Yeah, because the American cheese has, I'm trying to remember what it's called. It's got a chemical in it that makes it melt nicer. Think of how like Velveeta melts into a particular texture of creaminess. If you use American and you melt that along with other cheeses, it'll make the other cheeses melt that nicely as well. It's so nice. It really works so well. Sodium citrate, that's it. Thank you, Kissa. Sodium citrate. Yeah, when you make cheese sauce with American cheese, the sodium citrate leaches into the other cheeses and makes them melt better than they would on their own. It's very clever. It's possible that the body was removed from the crime scene. Autopsy report still has not arrived. Although we have a murder weapon and a suspect, we don't know much about the body. I've been investigating under the assumption that the body has been discovered. Perhaps this assumption was wrong from the very beginning. Why didn't Von Karma give Detective Bad the autopsy report? Understand that. Yes, I must turn my logic around. Turn the chessboard around, Gregory! My thinking shouldn't be, why is Von Karma hiding information about the body? But rather, what if Von Karma doesn't even have the information to begin with? What happens if I think of it like that? You can make it easily at home with sodium bicarbonate and citric acid. I've heard it is pretty easy to get a hold of citric acid, though I've never actually owned it myself. Possible that the body wasn't removed by the police for autopsy. It was moved and hidden by the real killer. Remember, we never actually saw the body. We saw a photo of the body, but by the time we got to the crime scene, there was just a chalk outline where the body used to be. Mr. Edgeworth? I've heard many dark rumors surrounding Von Karma. He's a prosecutor who forges evidence, fabricates testimonies, and makes backroom deals. Yeah, I've heard that too, but what does that have to do with this? I try to avoid judging others based on rumors. I didn't let those rumors influence my opinion on Von Karma until today. So it was somebody that you used to know? Wow! Rin making puns? What is this, opposite world? Rambo Rachel, thank you for the rimshot emote, that's incredible. It seems he is a man who would distort the truth. Distort the truth? You don't mean forgery? I do. I can't allow him to get away with this. I must return to the prosecutor's office for now. Not a word to that attorney. Roger! Wow, they did an animation of him throwing the handout. That's awesome. What do you want, defense attorney? Hey, Turatark, welcome in. How are you doing today? And Celestial Knight, good to see you. I hope you're doing well. I want to know the truth that you've been hiding. Fool! Are you trying to mislead the police investigation again? If you interfere with the investigation anymore, I'll be forced to reprimand you myself. Oh no. We better save. Shit's getting dangerous. Objection! Police. No, my objection is with you. What? Isn't it a prosecutor's job to ensure justice for criminals? What are you saying? I have no time to debate the job of a prosecutor with you. However, I will tell you one thing. My job is to ensure all those I prosecute are found guilty. Before the perfect proof, there can be no room for doubt. And to find that perfect proof, you would even stoop to forgery? Ah! I was wondering what you were going on about. You intend to accuse me of forgery, don't you? Yes. That's for that reason. You did not allow Detective Bad to investigate. What do you mean? The real reason Detective Bad wasn't investigating was not so he could keep an eye on us. It was to hide the fact that you never found the body. What? They never found the body? You cretins! You will cease with these ludicrous accusations. I will not tolerate any further insults. In that case, let us verify the body. If you do, we'll have evidence that shows whether I'm right or not. Tisk, tisk, tisk. The burden of proof falls on you, defense attorney. I have no reason to comply with your baseless conjecture. You must have noticed it too. The lack of blood stains at the crime scene. So why did the blood vanish? And more importantly, where did it go? Foolishness! Why would anyone erase just the blood in the chest that contained the body? Yes, that's exactly right. If the body had been found there, the disappearing bloodstains would have no meaning at all. However, what if the body was already gone? To erase the traces of the body being there, one would have to get rid of the bloodstains as well. Why make such a fuss over those bloodstains? Seems like a trivial detail to me. Or are you saying that you can show me where those bloodstains went? In court, everything must be said with evidence. Isn't that right, Von Karma? In that case, I'll show you the evidence supporting my claim. Which piece of evidence shows where the blood in Mr. Master's room went? We already know that one. As long as we've got evidence for it, I think. Do we have evidence? I thought we had evidence of that. Maybe? Let's see, Turatark just woke up, fell asleep during one of your NDA projects, but that works out. As long as you got a little rest in there, that's a good thing. Do you think if they make a new Phoenix Wright game, that Phoenix Wright's great-grandson would be the new Ace Attorney? I don't know if they'd flip forward that much, but I suppose it's possible. I think it was this, right?
Take that.
There were traces of the victim's blood found in the fountain. Traces of Mr. Master's chocolate were also found in this very fountain. In other words, the blood was washed down the stream, which then flowed into the fountain. All of this points to only one possibility. After the body was removed, someone erased the blood stains. On Karma, where was the body really found? If you really found the body, you should be able to answer. You? How do you know this information? How do you know the results of the water composition test on the fountain? Because I allowed them to investigate. Bad! Always a thorn in my side. From here on out, I will not allow you to associate any further with this case. It's not like you were letting me do much anyway. On Karma, you still haven't answered my question. Or, are you admitting to the fact that you didn't find the body after all? Tisk, tisk, tisk. You say I never found the body? Where is your evidence? He's never gonna confess. I have nothing further to say to you, Gregory Edgeworth. This matter will be decided in court. We'll see just how well your logic holds up there. On Karma, I know your methods are wrong. I promise, without fail, I will expose the truth you've hidden. Detective Bad, I'm sorry, because you let me investigate that. No, this was bound to happen, sooner or later. This is also the first time I've been restricted in my investigation. Your theory that they never found the body sounds pretty close to the mark. That I will make clear in court. If there's anything I can do to help, let me know. Even though I'm no longer in charge of this case. Then, though I'm very sorry about this, I have one more favor to ask of you. Hey, what are you guys whispering about? I want to know too. This will be my trump card in court. The information I've gathered up until now should be enough to prove Mr. Master's innocence. But, if all else fails, I'll have this ready. Trump card? You'll see at the trial. Wow, I get to be at the trial too? Of course, you are my assistant after all. I'll be an ace attorney too next year. On Karma will never beat the two of us. Right. Although I hope to clear Mr. Master's name before you become a lawyer. If On Karma is to be my opponent, he'll want the trial ended in a day. That's right! We have to save Master Jeff as fast as we can! After all, this is you we're talking about. I'm sure you'll beat Von Karma. Jeff Master, alone in a dark cell, arrested on false charges. I must expose Von Karma's lies if I'm to save him. To be continued. Once again, we don't know how this case ended up, but we do know that at the end of Von Karma's career, he still had an unbeaten record. So I'm presuming something went terribly wrong during that trial. Oh, jeez. If you can call sugar sculptures food, yeah, I don't know how they'd practically eat some of these things. Like, they're technically edible, but I don't think anyone would, like, be munching them down. Oh my goodness. Alright, so we finished another episode in the present. We finished another segment in the past. We're doing well right here. Doppelganger, something always goes wrong, terribly wrong when you're on trial. How often are you on trial? And welcome in, Doppelganger. Hope you're doing good. I think this is probably where we're gonna want to stop for the day. We made some very good progress here. And at this rate, I think tomorrow we'll be able to finish Case 3, which is very exciting. I really want to see where this thing goes. I have a suspicion who the true killer is, But there's still a lot of loose ends to be resolved, so this is just even knowing the killer, there's still a lot to see here, so I'm very excited. That objection again? That recipe book for new drugs again? That melting sherbet again? It would appear so. As always, thank you all for being here. I appreciate the hell out of having all of you. I hope you're having a great time. I hope I'll see you again tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be a big one, most definitely. So please, if you can make it there, make sure to. But before we call it a wraps today, we do have one last thing to do. And if you got a minute to spare, I'd appreciate it, because it is... Let's see who all else is on. So if you're not done watching Twitch for the day, maybe I can send you somewhere cool. I would like the opportunity to, most definitely. So first and foremost, make sure to hit follow if you're not already following. That'll be the easiest way to find me tomorrow or at any point in the future if you'd like to come back. We'd love to have you. And while I'm seeing who all is live right now, there's some links in chat you might want to check out if you haven't seen them already, including a link to my YouTube if you want to see any of the games I've played in the past, or if you want to get caught up in this game or the other Ace Attorney games. All the VODs are up there. And we have a link to my Discord as well. If you'd like to chat with me or the rest of the community outside of the stream, feel free to. We would love to have you there. And we have some really nice options today. Where are we going today? I think we're gonna head over here because we're playing an adventure game. Let's raid someone else playing an adventure game. An adventure game that is rather infamous on Twitch, but one I've never gotten around to playing myself. So I would love it if you would join me as we go raid none other than Captain Badgertail. She is a very cool retro streamer that plays some very interesting retro games. I think last time we raided her, she was playing the original Warcraft, which is very awesome. Today, she is playing the first of the Nancy Drew games, which are hilarious, but not in the way they intended, I think. Definitely worth a look, though, so why don't you join me over there, say hi to Captain Badgertail, hang out for a bit, throw her a follow if you like what she's doing, but hey, if you've got other things to do, I will just say as I always do, have a good morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you're at in the world. I will see you folks tomorrow for the end of Case 3. Take care of yourselves till then, everybody.